Haha! Sorry about that. Let's try that again. Numbers, thank you for 59 months, you fucking legend. How are you all doing? No, there's been too much going on this morning, so sorry about that. I changed the back end, but I forgot to update all the good nonsense. Alright, how are you all doing, friends? Megaboss Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Alright, if any of you need like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or something, now is the time to grab it. But I will say, we do have lovely video games to offset all the fucking bullshit that's been going on today. But this is what today is going to be about. Alright. Faraday, Watto and welcome. Lag, greetings! I'll be getting into the BS in just a second, but yeah. Let's give it like 8 or 9 minutes or so. Riku, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. And actually, like, joking aside, I do think that Potions: A Curious Tale is going to be a beautiful chaser to today's industry bollocks. So, while this was not what I intended, I think it's all going to come together. Anyway, Jamami, Watto and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Things are not all well. Like, fucking look at me. I got stress spots on my face. I haven't had those in fucking years. Resisting the urge to tear them off. Alright. Friends, Longshipperians and Miscreants, and Ereman, you fucking legend. Thank you. So, Megaboss, the first is yours. Although technically it's bacon. I just had to do like a little cheeky behind-the-scenes reset. Alright. No, seriously, Ereman, that's heckin' cool of you, thank you. So yeah.
Comrades in first?
Comrades in first! What program do you use? Riku, Potions is what we're going to be playing today. We're going to be going into the Potions demo. As it came out, I think, last night. And, you know, we've been doing El Paso. Now we're doing Potions. We've got to look after our squad. But there's a lot to talk about industry-wise, so we might not be getting into game for a little bit. Because I have... Oh! You know what? I figured... sorry, I guessed, but... Oh, hello! Yeah, we are going to be showing off your demo in a little bit. However, the games industry has the fucking audacity to shit stuff up on a Thursday. Rage! Sweetie! Prick! I don't think it's liable to call Tim Sweeney a prick. I think that if I was to imply that his distended colon causes him to poo himself repeatedly on a near daily basis, I think that might be liable if I was to imply that as a fact, right? Fucking Sweeney. Fucking Sweeney! Fucking Sweeney! I have feelings! So yes, I am very glad that we're doing the Potions Curious Tale as a chaser to billionaire white guys being dingleberries.
saying it isn't libel, because libel is in print. Speaking is slander.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Numbers. Actually, and Riku makes a very, very good point. So, if you haven't seen over the last 1,000 years of games industry, Tim Sweeney's a talker. He likes running his mouth, especially when it comes to games industry nonsense. And he was surprisingly quiet when Unity was pulling all of its bullshit. And I assumed dude was on holiday or something. But Riku makes a good point. Sweeney must have known this was coming.
Sweeney.
Sweeney! First he delists... Oh, shit, train. Pachoo! First he delists fucking Unreal Tournament, and then this is crimes know no bounds. Anyway, so friends, if you want to go grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, if you want to have the blood of your enemies, or get the Instapot and put some piss on a low boil, because we'll get into games news, definitely like post-trade. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. J-Post, thank you for the bits. Like... Hey. Nope. Okay, so some non-hot boiled piss nonsense. Try to think of something. Video games are amazing. I'm trying to stem the tide right now. Yeah. Oh no, Riku, seeing the amount of support that Got It is getting. I know it's Godot, I'm just...
Musical note, Sweeney got ran over by the hype train in Minecraft. Musical note, Bussy.
That is all you're getting from me. A stern glare. And obviously a thank you. Friends, once again, apologies for the 90s menu music drum and bass for today. I did something with high tempo, but that wasn't too likely to send me into a berserk rage. And as I said, Flowers, J-Post, like, we'll be getting into this in just a second, so yeah. Just giving people a chance to get like a cup of tea and stuff. Mega Boss, but nothing as calming as BFG Division. I have to actively not put that on. Okay. Sorry, I'm desperately trying to think of something that's not related to the games industry news to chat on before we get started. I'm really struggling. The voice of Garrett from the Thief series is going to be in Blood West, the immersive sim Wild West game that we played 1,000 years ago. It was very good. For those of you who didn't see it, El Paso Elsewhere was incredible. We got one of the two endings, and I will not be going into the second ending on stream, so you'll have something to find. But, after finishing up the game yesterday, I just kind of floated around the flat for a bit and just went to bed. Just stared at the ceiling until I fell asleep. Like, I was trying to explain to somebody at a coffee shop today, it's like, video games are kind of like wasabi peas in that sense of like, you can play 5 different games and they'll all be kind of like a fun experience, but a bit weird. Now, we have a train. But then every now and then you'll hit that spicy nugget, that one that'll just body you. And like, it wasn't surprising with El Paso Elsewhere, but that doesn't mean it didn't hit any less. And it does seem that El Paso Elsewhere has dropped in just the right little tiny window. Because a few days later or a few days earlier. But yeah, no.
Return Flow just purchased Awesome Indies from Humble Games for $14.
You know what? Fuck yeah. So Verdenflow, obviously, thank you for using like the part links and stuff like that. But that is something to talk about that is happy and doesn't involve me hot boiling some piss. So the bundle that Verdant just picked up is this one. Nope, that's the Steam store page. What the shit? Okay, there we go. Which contain... sorry, it's $14 for Inkfell, Ring of Pain, Void Bastards, Wild at Heart, and Unsigned. The others look amazing, but like I haven't played Archvale or Flynn, Son of Crimson yet. Dodgeball Academia seems real fun, and I don't know diddly about Moonscars. Catastro says, how do you go about cold boiling some piss? Today on Mythbusters, can we cold boil this piss? Also, how can we throw it at multi-billion-dollar companies? Ah! I'm not usually like this. You know, I try and find the calm, chewy nougat center. I understand all the different elements that are applied to the games industry and how it operates. But like, today I'm fucking done. I'm done making, I don't want to say excuses, but like, I'm done putting forth the rational side of games industry biz dev when we're seeing like rampant irrationality on a massive scale. Hang on, let me get these posts out. So again, friends, if you want to grab soda or a water or a cup of tea, do so now. Okay. Alright. Challenge mode. Happy Games Industry News. Happy Games Industry News. Counter-Strike 2 came out of nowhere. Well, okay, no, sorry. Not out of nowhere. It's been in closed beta and there's been a lot of stuff going on. But it's like... it is now officially out to everybody and has replaced CSGO.
Legend
Hey!
of Warrior just purchased Awesome Indies from Humble Games
Woo!
for $14.
Apparently, Legends, yeah, the Welsh guy knows how to pronounce your username correctly, so that's a win. Let's go. Sorry. And breathe. Okay, so, good things that have been happening before we start, like, really raging against the machine a little bit here. So, I hadn't played it yesterday. I'm still thoroughly enjoying Dismantle. And, Renee, if you get the chance, obviously don't play this while you're in dev cycle, because it might eat your free time. But, I have been keeping an eye on this, and Nick, who's a cult game dev in chat, had mentioned this game called Dismantle, and it is one of the most fascinating, like, economy of art, like, indies I've seen. On the surface, it's a classic, like, Zambi construct and survive, but it uses some very, very simple rules to create something that is just brilliant. Like, I've put in 30 hours into it already, and I'm having a great time. And it uses such simple techniques from a dev side perspective so well. Like, I like how Project Zomboid's tagline is, this is the story of how you die. Dismantles is a bittersweet apocalypse, and that's so true. Shit. I don't have a picture for today's post, so you all have to be in the background. All right. So we need you all to pose on this one. All right. Now, no stupid faces, no flipping the bird. All right. Just wave. That's good. But like proper posing. Okay. All right. Is everyone ready? Everyone ready? Gotta get the war cry in, like the ah! That's where I'm at right now. Oh, Martin! Blinked! Oh, let's do it again. Guido! I'm gonna... There we go. Sorry, I do have a D20 to hand. I always have a D20 to hand. What's up? Oh, this playlist does contain old Windows sound effects. You're not having some kind of nostalgia-based stroke. Oh no, sorry. I thoroughly intend to rage. I just want to make sure that everybody has that everybody has enough time to go get whatever potions and caffeinated miscreants that they need. Caffeinated miscreants. God darn it. Sorry.
What were Stephen Hawking's final words? Windows closing jingle.
No. Terrible. It is now safe to turn off your computer. Sweetie! Ah! I can't spell cozy. Oh no, just... Okay. Oh, hey, Ezekiel. That's feckin' lovely. Ezekiel was saying they just won Best Gaming Tech Startup in Norway. I hate that my brain chemistry has been altered so irreparably that anytime I read that, my brain immediately goes, forget Norway. Weeble stuff owes me damages. Alright, we doing this? Has everybody got a bevy? Does anyone need an extra second to... well, and Nick, if you'd said that to me yesterday, it would have been fine. But, like, directly, so many people that I personally know have lost their fucking jobs right now. With Mr. Worth $5 billion being like, oh, look at me! My name's Tim Sweeney! I look like a librarian that's not allowed with an... No, that's... You know what? That's not fair. Librarians are the best and most badass people on the planet because they can handle the sheer power of literature. I don't even have a good analogy. He looks like someone auditioning to be Toad in the first X-Men movie. God. He looks like how the term well actually smells. Okay, sorry. Let me get the petty insults out of my system first. Okay, so if you're wondering why I am like irrationally irate today, which is irate is like the London version. It's a greeting. Alright? Okay. So let's bring it together. Let's be coherent. Let's be clear. And again, friends, once we're done talking about games industry nonsense, we are going to be playing a lovely and wonderful title. I want you to know this is not going to be a day of like incoherent rage and, you know, screaming at the machine that does not care. Because we have Renee kind of like lurking in the sidelines, so when we...
Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Nothing irrational about it, perfectly rational.
Thank you, Snuggly. And actually, no, you're right. By calling it irrational does make it seem as if it's not. It seems as if I'm being like overly sensitive, but like. Okay, no. Let me focus. So, on the off chance that you have to step away before we get to it, I'm going to be plugging this throughout the day. This is Renee's title. This is Potions: A Curious Tale. Now, some of you may remember we worked with Renee when they brought us on to do the IGDF showcase. During lockdown, we did like a teeny tiny showcase of like exceptional indie games that were all doing fascinating and interesting stuff. And since then, like Renee has shifted to full-time making their game, Potions: A Curious Tale. It is beautiful, it is colourful, it is a genuine celebration of a game. And I'm so glad we have that as a chaser, because, like, we need that today. We need a reminder that our industry is not rich, white bloke billionaires and nobody else. It is genuine, heartfelt, genuine creative people making interesting things, making the things that they wish that we could see in the world. Like, and so no matter how much I'm about to be uncharacteristically angry, I just want you all to know that this is where we go. This is our goal, you know? The ultimate way in which the industry will evolve is to people creating these beautiful titles that mean something to them. Because the battleships were always going to sink. Like, the dinosaur always gets too large. The crocodile will eventually cease to function. And that's where we're going to today. So, why is Will looking like he's about to blow a fucking vein in the side of his head? Well, yesterday we played El Paso Elsewhere. That was a really good game. But it was a very, very real, it was some of the realest shit that we played in a while. And as someone who has been on both sides of like thoroughly dysfunctional relationships, it hit me like a brick and a half sock. So I go to bed. I go to bed early. That is a very rare occasion for me. Like, I was in bed by 10. I slept a bit. I woke up midnight. I cuddled the dog. I went back to sleep. I woke up at like, whenever I posted it at like 4 or 6 o'clock this morning. And Sega had just announced a massive fucking bunch of layoffs. With the biggest one being hit being Creative Assembly's Hyenas. A extraction shooter with like a bright, colourful cast. Which, to my understanding, was close to being done. Like, they'd done like private beta tests and things like that. It was a playable game. Well, let me find the exact quote, because I want to make sure I'm not misquoting anything when it comes to business nonsense. But yeah, so Sega cancelled Hyenas, and they aren't the only. They have. So Hyenas is gone. The Creative Assembly has gone on to say that the loss of this project will result in additional layoffs. Now, obviously, this one hits to home because, like, I knew people at CA. I know people at CA. It isn't a nowhere spot for me, you know what I mean? And while I understand that, like, everyone's... I understand that people are burnt out on the concept of, like, online titles at the moment. At very least, like, Hyenas was looking to do something fresh and interesting, like this, like, 0G, like, high neon soaked, like, extraction shooter. Like, that seems fun, you know? Interesting characters, interesting environment. It had been cooking for a long time. Like, a long time. What's Airman? That's the wild thing. According to sources, like, the Hyenas team found out about it fucking today. Like, they found out about it as the announcement went out. So, like, this wasn't a, beans, we did an alpha test and it was awful and bad and terrible, so look, we've got to scale this back. Like, the details are still coming through, but, like... Now, on the one hand, like, okay. See, this is the point where I'm kind of like sucking my teeth because I hate understanding the biz dev side of it, right? The reason why Sega cancelled this, that they're saying, is due to, and I quote, lower profitability in the European region. Now, what that translates to is that, yo, you are developing a game in the UK, Brexit fucked you, and it is incredibly expensive to keep developing this title in this place in this way. I was always curious to see how CA would hold on post-Brexit, because pre-Brexit, the UK used to be in a really strong position. What would happen is that game devs from all across Europe would be basically cherry-picked by the British games industry and brought over because of, like, you know, the benefits available and the stable environment. And yeah, no, Nick, you're spot on. Knowing biz dev is sometimes like knowing the black evil magic behind the good stuff, you know? As the British games industry has changed, the difficulties around, like, industry tax breaks and stuff like that have continued, and it looks like Hyenas was going to be a big honker-chonker of a AAA endeavor. But the thing is, like, CA is a studio that has delivered, and to get that far into development and go... Like, they sat down and did the cost analysis and went, if we run this for a year, the chances of making it back are like zilch. And I'm just like, but the thing is, Brexit didn't happen yesterday. This has been something that has been known. And, like...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems...
Funny you should ask!
What ho? How we doing today, my dudes?
I am filled with rage! The piss is boiling! Well, actually, we're bringing it up to a low simmer before we just fucking hammer the fire button. But no, sorry, Fangorius... Thank you kindly. And also, just to take a little beat before I start getting into the real, like, ragey rage parts, like, I just want to acknowledge my own fucking privilege in this conversation, right? Like, I am angry on the behalf of so many friends today, but I am essentially kept upright by... No, not essentially. I'm kept upright by you lot, alright? That puts me in a very, very, very unique situation. And I'm very lucky to have that. It's not something that everybody can do, not... Yeah. So, thank you. But jumping back... yeah, essentially, Fangoriously, I'm crowdsourced. I'm supported by tips.
Wahoo. How's it going?
Evil Geek, Watto and welcome. The industry is on fucking fire right now. Thank you for 6 months, you legend. And Fangoriously for the 57. Honestly, Nick, the guinea pigs do rank higher in my heart than I do, so they could actually fire me. Okay. So I want to acknowledge that from the evil tactics of BizDev, the impact of Brexit, how that has affected the United Kingdom, is definitely something that has contributed to hyenas. Like, when companies like Sega make these big statements about, like, profitability in the European region, they don't mean the EU. What they mean is, this is costing too much, we don't think we're going to make that money back. They can't say, fucking Brexit. Because ultimately, these companies do need to play nice with national government. Like, you have to be fucking gigantic to be able to flip the birds to even local government. Sega ain't that big. And hey, that's understandable. But here's where my fucking patience immediately runs out. We knew this was coming! Like, this is not a new thing that has fucking happened. And I'm just... Like, it's not like we found out yesterday, whoops, we're all fucked. This has been known. Sega has had the money to fucking buy Angry Birds. Like, they're not short a few fucking bob here. Now, if you are in a situation like this, where due to forces outside your control, your development is threatened on a business level, sometimes you do have to make some hard fucking choices. But you slim down. Like, you go to the team and you tell them, like, look, we initially wanted to do this as a gigantic AAA. The planet's fucked. We need to try and do this at a much lower level. We need to change the scope of what we're creating. And we need to, like, deliver on a core and create a baseline, you know? Create a situation where at least the team have a fucking fighting chance. But this was just, like, kick the fucking chair out from under them at the end of September! Like, what the hot fuck? This decision wasn't even made, like, the beginning of the fiscal year. Like, and unless the hyenas... like, closed beta caused people to shit themselves to death. Like, you know, Fangoriously, we just, like, today, they just announced, yeah, it's not happening. And this thing was playable. It has been in the hands of journos. It has had a full campaign behind it. So, like, What in the hot fuck nuggetry? Yeah. So look, that is one thing that Nick pointed out is worth saying. Is like the reason why a lot of game dev companies in the UK haven't openly bashed the Brexit situation is because it's so tied to political bullshit in the UK, and they don't want to draw the ire of like local and national government, which is annoyingly understandable. It benefited nobody, everybody hated it. But again, this is something that happened fucking years ago, alright? We have known that when the free movement of labour throughout the EU was changing, that teams were going to need to like lock down their talent and work out new systems. No, Kyball, go for it, friend. Go for it. Anyway, the fact that despite it being given to journos, despite it having like a closed beta run and stuff like that, sorry, bear with me just a second. Hang on, we'll deal with that later. Okay, and breathe. I'm frustrated because this was things we didn't... This is... All the potential external factors were things that we knew could happen. Like, none of this was shocking, none of this was out of the blue. And there were ways to retool this. Like, if they knew at the beginning of the fiscal year it was going to be, like, dangerous, then why did they do an aggressive ad campaign in the middle of the year? Like, why not cut that money, retool the title for, like, a lower overhead, and then work from there? Like, at this point, they're not even choosing... At this point, they're not even choosing sunk cost fallacy. They're not even releasing to soften the blow, it's just... Okay. So... Yeah, that is worth pointing out. It was kind of hinted at the overall statement that's gone out, and CA has made some statements, but it is worth saying that a lot of people have been let go. Not just people who were directly working on Hyenas, but people who were working on, like, you know, IT, HR, stuff like that. You know, one of the few good HR people that I've interacted with in the industry, admittedly had said that she was going to be leaving CA next year to start their own business, and kind of gets a jump start on it. But, like, you know, someone who has been a fucking core, gone, toasted. So, whatever the fuck is going on, it's just fucking mad. So Nick, okay, that is a good point. It was going to be a live service title, so the overheads would have been something to take into consideration, but alright. So that was what I woke up to at about like 4:30 in the morning. So I checked in on some friends. Some were safe, some were fucking toast. Still mad. Actually, no, I'm gonna be mad for the rest of the fucking day. So I finally get back to sleep, like, I don't know, 4:35-ish, I forget. I woke up at like 9:30-ish. Check my phone. And Epic has just axed 800 people. And this is where this is where frustration turned into hot-boiled piss rage. I am Metal Gear Ray. I have a stream of superheated piss, and I'm ready to fight Sweeney. And I'm just... Now, yeah, Ehrman, they've made statements like 16% of their headcount. They've made statements like, oh, you know, we're slimming down. They've been fucking gutting people left, right, and center. It's not just been like, oh, well, we brought on too many young hires, so we're just gonna let those people go. No, they've been just slashing people across the fucking board. I know some people who've been like fucking instrumental in turning Epic into what it was, into what it's become, and they've just been like, nope, clack. And I'm fucking livid. Like, in this regard, I'm not going to sit here and pretend. I'm not going to... I'm so mad! Like, the cohesion is dropping out of my head. Because, like, we're not talking about... We're not talking about a small and plucky company. Because, like, in the grand scheme of things, Sega is little. They are a whittle baby company with whittle baby pockets. And again, the fact that they fucking purchased Angry Birds early in the year, but alright. Epic, however, is fucking massive. They have Tencent money. They have all of the cash they have made from fucking Fortnite. And, like, to be clear, the amount of money that thing generates is sickening. And now they're turning around and being like, oh, doop-a-doop-a-doop, times are hard. Times were better than they've ever fucking been. You had the explosive success of Fortnite, and then 2 fucking years of everyone being indoors and buying V-Bucks like it was going out of fucking style. Like, I can't even start to convey to you all how much vomit-inducing amounts of money Fortnite has been generating. Like, it's to the point where, like, whole swaths of, like, the toy industry is terrified of Fortnite. Because the combination of that plus lockdown bodied entire industries. Like, the war chest that has been generated from that is, like, nothing else on the fucking planet. But no! Oh! That help me! I'm poor Tim Sweeney! I'm a fucking orphan with a gammy leg! Oh, please, sir! Can I have some more beans? Fuck you, Sweeney! Twat! I'm so mad. I am angry. And I don't think it is unfair to be fucking raging at a fucking billionaire at the top. Some people have been saying, like, oh, well, this is better than most because they're going to get a severance, they're going to get shit like that. How do you fuck up so bad that 800 people lose their fucking jobs with one of the most profitable fucking game setups on the planet? Because we're not talking about, like, we're not even talking about one of the small contenders, alright? I mean, Ehrman, you're not wrong. EA is a piece of shit garbage factory. Well, sorry. Numbers were saying this isn't a fuck up, this was engineered. And you know what? That's what's frustrating about this, is it absolutely was. Renee was saying at the beginning of stream that, like, Tim Sweeney was uncharacteristically quiet about a lot of industry drama over the last couple of weeks. Because he's fucking known this is coming. Alright? This wasn't a decision made lightly. But just the thing to take into consideration is the sheer amount of money that Fortnite generates is ridiculous. No, and numbers, fuck off. We're not doing Welcome to Capitalism. Alright? We're not gonna just go doop-a-doop. Oh, well. No one's getting off the fucking hook for this one. Not you, obviously, Number. Sorry, that was very poignant. I do apologise. But I'm not going to let, like, the Epic C-suite off on this one. Like, they had generated so much revenue over the last, like, few years that, honestly, they could just keep the whole thing going on the amount of cash that they've generated. Like, they should have a war chest the size of a small country. Because again, like, if we look at, like, top earning franchises, it is fucking up there. Yeah, you know what, actually, and I'm going to try and bring the unhinged screaming just down a little bit, because, again, like, Renee makes a great point. Nintendo have been avoiding layoffs and responded to recent asks with, like, why would we let go of our talent? They're our greatest assets. Exactly. And Nintendo were able to turn around and go, hey, you know what? Tears of the Kingdom, here's an extra year's worth of dev time. Slow growth, slow planning, like, and a general dedication to getting shit out there. I'm just... yeah. Oh yeah, so Hoffman as well. Epic selling Bandcamp is a hot bullshit fucking move, and kind of feeds exactly the kind of fears that people had. I don't know, I just take a moment to breathe. I understand shit sucks for everybody right now, and I see so many of our, like, indie friendos struggling, and I see so many teams that are fighting tooth and nail to get their game to market. And I refuse to have, I refuse to let this bullshit off the hook. I refuse to do the it is how it is on this one. Like, as Nick's saying, like, Bandcamp's acquisition was part of the metaverse craze. You know, the idea that that was going to fold into the metaverse, the big money maker. And then, when times turned, they went, nah, we're cool. Like... Anyway... I'm not saying my usual level of useful or coherent points. Like, this isn't a point in abstract. Like, I know people who have worked with Epic for fucking donkey's years who are, like, as I was saying earlier, been instrumental in turning them into the force they have become. Who've been let go because I fucking guess. Now, I haven't been able to substantiate it, but there was an article doing the rounds today about, like, the increasing cost in V-Bucks and things like that. And it's like, the fucking audacity. Like, I had to stop myself several times from stealing Dustin's line of just posting the Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Like, I'm incensed, I'm angry, I'm fucking done with this dance. You know? Now, Lance, that is a very, very good point. You know, it's something that has been rampant across all tech sectors, and Epic haven't been able to stay out of that fuckery. You know, all their fucking... I was about to say something really horrible then. all of their wibbly-wobbly inflatable arm man about the metaverse definitely smacked of, look at us! We're gonna be the future! Alright, just fuck off, mate. Fuck off, Sweeney. Right. The desperation in the tech sector to rush to, like, whatever the next land grab is, whatever the next disruption is not something that is new. I'm not the first person to point this out in front of an audience. I completely understand that. It's infuriating that the companies who were an example of why the metaverse doesn't work were the ones drastically rushing towards it. But again, we know. C-suite's like, oh, this seems like a really good idea. My mate, Dave Billionaire, says the metaverse is coming. Hey, why aren't you metaversing? Because we have one of the most successful cross-brand platforms, and why would we ever fucking share it? Oh, we're just going to keep looking into this? Alright. Alright. Once again, though, I do reject the enshittification principle. Like, because I think it drastically underplays, like, the fucking, you know, tech industry syphilis that runs rampant through, you know, old white rich guys. This fucking brainworm's disease that consumes them. It's not enshittification. It is just fucking stupidity at a high tier level. There are so many ways that you could construct a company that would be able to consistently produce profit and survive for 1,000 years. Like, I don't... I mean, Erevan, no, you're entirely correct. Like, we keep going back to Nintendo and for the critique that they get. And yet, throughout this, they did not, you know, I'm sorry, friends. Again, usually I'm far more eloquent when it comes to these discussions, but I'm too raw about this today, you know? I shouldn't be this rattled. Like, I should be able to treat this the same way we treat any of these announcements, these discussions. Like, this shouldn't change for me because it is an emotional response. But there it is. Like, you're all making good points, and I want to, like, discuss them all intermittently. You know? You know what's so fucked up about this is that, like, between this, like, so Epic, Embracer, Sega, they're all doing mass layoffs for different fuck-ups. Now, again, I still feel like we had the fucking curse of foresight. We were the only people, apparently, who fucking researched how Embracer Group was making its money. But then again, like, if we can find out, and like, I'm just a guy, alright? I'm just a guy. I don't interact in any of the tech investment sectors. I talk with you lot, I talk with industry friends, but these days, most of my industry friendos are weird fucking scrappy indies, and, you know, a few dark sheep in the biz dev world. But like, I'm not at the big dinners. I'm not going to the meetings and stuff like that. It's just here, and yet I was able to work out, like, wait a second. Embracer Group are borrowing money against their stock valuation. That's imaginary numbers. And yet, people actively sold their companies to Embracer Group. You know? Like, who was it that got the mad payout when Gearbox got sold to them? Because that... What's the great quote? Never attribute something to malice that could be explained by stupidity. Right? And I keep seeing this. Like, the rampant bloat... As somebody mentioned, the rampant hiring that happened during lockdown and moving into. that kind of like purge and burn cycle we've seen so many times. But the thing is, like, the purge and burn is designed to be a way to fake growth. But in a time where there was literal, real, like mass expansion. What? That's the other thing that's so infuriating about this, is that we all knew that the pandemic injection of cash was a temporary thing, right? People weren't going to be stuck indoors forever. It was going to leave the industry larger than when it was found. And I'm not trying to paint, the last, 3+ fucking years worth of March as a good thing, okay? But the games industry was right there when everyone was suddenly stuck indoors. And we made mad bank because of it. I'm so glad it was there, I can't even imagine how societies with previous massive stuff coped. But you don't have to be a fucking geopolitical specialist to understand that plagues end. Because either we beat it with science or everyone fucking dies. But plagues end. There is always going to be an end point. That external factor is always going to change. So what was the plan after that? Apparently, fire all your fucking people! Like a twat! Sweetie! And again, I know it's unfair for me to pick on one person specifically, but one, billionaires aren't people. Hunt them for fucking sport. Two, once again, it is easy to go onto social media and go, oh, sure, other billionaire company, you shouldn't be doing the bad, and then be real fucking quiet when it's happening to you. Because, the fuck do they care? Oh yeah, no. Renee, you're absolutely correct that a ton of tech companies grew super quickly. Unity grew the staff by 193%. You know what? And okay, so I do understand that maneuver. I don't like it, but essentially when looking to get acquired or when looking to just sell a bunch of stock, you hire people rampantly to make it seem as if you're growing. With Unity's failure to turn a profit, the fact that they might have to be acquired wholesale. You know what? No, fuck it. I'm sick of giving them the benefit of a sensible discussion. They fucked up and people suffered. And you know what? No, I am going to go back to Unity. Where's my beating Unity with a fucking stick? Alright, I must have put it in the other room. Because it didn't strike me until I had a conversation with an industry friend. But Unity just fucking gutted so many jobs across the industry. And So picture the scene. You're a predominantly Unity studio. Unity turns around and gives you just an unsustainable business model. So you have to bounce, otherwise you die. And when I say you're an indie studio, I mean no more than 20 people, right? If you built your entire operations around Unity, you have Unity specialists. Now you've got to fucking pivot off the fucking engine that you built your entire pipeline around, right? Because it's either that or die. But what that means is a ton of Unity specialists, a ton of predominantly Unity devs, now being told adapt or die through no fault of their own. But because Unity were oh, gee willikers, we sure don't have another squillion fucking dollars. Better start stealing some fucking money. Yeah, Renee was saying that Potions of Curious Tale was built in Unity, and boy, this last month was stressful. Fuck yeah. And like, Renee, like, I don't want to ask you anything about like your studio operations and how things are constructed if you don't want to talk about it. And again, I cannot thank you enough for getting us a demo for today, because it is going to be the chaser after this that we so desperately need. Also, I like the fact to the head librarian that when you said you close your laptop, Will's on, that I've just been like muffled screaming in the wedge of a laptop, like fucking sweetie! But no, the Unity thing has made me more angry the more I thought about it. And I'm fucking livid. Because the thing is, they've given people an out now. What all the studios that I've been talking to are doing is basically their ejection policy, where they will not be updating Unity. They'll be finishing the projects that they've currently made with the resources that Unity have, and then never fucking touching it again. But that still means that like there are large swaths of people that are going to be having to be laid off at a small time level. Like, there are a ton of tiny studios that are going to have to let people go. Because, like, what do you tell them? Like, sorry, you've been a Unity dev for 8 years, but we can't use this anymore because we'll die. You know, this isn't like fucking Sweeney! Fucking Sweeney. I'm gonna shit on his car. But this isn't like answering to a C-suite that says, boy, we sure aren't making billions. We sure aren't making infinite profits like we were last year, so fuck you guys, I guess. Like, this is a small team trying to make enough money to make their next project. Oh, that's really good to hear. Nick was saying, as someone who spent 6 years as Unity and moved to Unreal, a good chunk of that knowledge does transfer. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Krypton, absolutely. Like, I'm gonna neck 3 boxes of Jack in the Box tiny tacos, a black coffee, and make it so that car can never be ridden again. Also, Head Librarian was saying the engineers on their team, Unity devs, but they're going to an Unreal project. And they did transfer quite fine. I mean, hey, that's lovely to know. Renee's like, but you just need to learn memory management. Yay, C++. Back in my day, there was no such thing as learning a game engine. You made it from scratch with C++, and it were uphill both ways. So mad. Fearless says we need to play some classic Unreal Tournament and frag Sweeney skins. I'd love to do that, except for Sweeney pulled fucking Unreal from the fucking store. Sistrom is also agreeing that 50% productivity in the month switching from Unity to Unreal, 100% in the 6 months. Okay. I mean, hey, that makes me very happy. And that should limit the amount of stuff. But again, I've spoken to a lot of indie teams and they've had to downsize. Because, like, they don't have the... Even with taking into consideration the not 100% theory, they don't have the same bandwidth at the same time.
Give me assembly or give me death, wimpy face.
Code it in basic or get out of my house. And Favor 6, thank you for the things. And breathe. And breathe. Sistrum was like, I am taking my Cabal, and I am Cobalt, and I am going back to the bank. Cha-ching, friend. Anyway, thank you for letting me rant on this. Like, again, I'm so mad. And, like, the sheer amount of incredible talent that's just been displaced in a day, like, it's nothing. Like, especially with Epic, there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to who they're clearing out and why. And CA dropped a whole project, but then also dropped a whole bunch of side staff who were unrelated to the project directly, but they just need to lower headcount. Fucking cool and great, I guess. Well, Legend, thank you. Because that's the thing. I do understand. BizDev is the dark magics, right? And sometimes it's fucking necessary. You know? I'm never going to get mad at you for taking a contract work or getting a publishing deal or selling your studio, what have you. Because you do what you need to, alright? You do what you need to look after your people. You do what you need to get the game out and not kill everybody in the process. There are some maneuvers that are better than others, but like, if you took a Unity grant deal right now, I wouldn't be like, oh, I can't believe you've worked with Unity. We may never be friends. Like, I get it. But this is fucking brutal. And this is fucking brutal from people who have the money to do better. Like, fuck. Like, Embracer Group was a tragic inevitability. Like, Embracer Group was always going to implode. That was always going to happen. I think their goal was hope that the implosion came after they were starting to generate enough revenue from IPs. That didn't happen. The Saudis fucked them. And one theory I've heard is that the Saudis actively sabotaged them to be able to buy either the studios and IPs they'll be selling, or to be able to buy them once they're desperate. And I can absolutely see that. Well, so Faber 6, that was the other thing I was talking about yesterday, was, yes, currently out of all the big bastards that could buy you, and again, there is no such thing as a good multi-billion-dollar company, but out of all of them, Microsoft is currently the good. I mean, actually, Tencent's not bad. Tencent is incredibly evil, but both Microsoft and Tencent right now are buying studios wholesale because they either want the potential for market domination with Tencent, or they want that increase of like breadth and depth of catalog without having to negotiate too hard down the line with Microsoft. So they aren't bad. Now, I don't know what the state is of investment around Tencent, but Microsoft have kind of, their focus is on ABK. They're going to buy ABK, then they're going to spend, I don't know, probably 6 months to a year, like working out how in the bloody hell they're going to integrate that properly before they start thinking about acquiring other studios and stuff like that. Yeah. I just want to say that, you know, a multi-billion-dollar company can treat all its people well and treat the companies it acquires well and still be a gigantic piece of evil. Like, Tencent is evil, but they buy game dev companies and then go, just do what you're doing. Just do what you're doing. Or they'll do like a non-controlling investment and be like, hey, here's a wedge of cash. If you become the next Riot, you're ours. Otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing. Which shouldn't be genius, but again, the speed and hunger of the like American investment cycle is so fast that it can only ever burn out. Whereas like the reason why companies based out of China are fucking bodying everyone else is because their goal is domination. Now, there's a whole other conversation that we can have about like, there is a theory that Tencent diversifies its investments so that in the event the Chinese government shut them down, they can just kind of go Wah! And spread out to other parts of the world, but I ain't in the headspace to discuss the geopolitical nonsense and how video games play a part. But make no fucking mistake, video games are fucking massive right now. Like, Hollywood dying on its arse. They wish they were making money like the games industry is right now. And Epic have been at the fucking forefront of that. Like, look, I worked at CA for a long time. CA was a company that survived on long tails and smart plays. Alright? Love them or loathe them. The Creative Assembly basically maintained a long stretch thanks to the fact that their games sold year in, year out. Things like Alien Isolation gained them prestige, but ultimately it's the fact that everyone keeps buying Medieval 2 for 1,000 years. Stuff like that. Catastros, I'll do my best, friend. I'll do my best. I got a fancy sandwich when we switch gears into potions. And I might switch to tea as well. CA have made choices over the years. They've never been above doing like work for hire to keep people together and things like that. So the thing you have to understand is that while the Creative Assembly is a AAA company, they play smart, they play lean, and the reason that they've been able to sustain is by keeping the bloat to a minimum. Or at least during the Tim Heaton administration. I don't know. I don't know who's currently running the fucking show down there. Find out so I can shit on their car as well. But I can't help but feel this whole thing with hyenas. Something is wrong. No, sorry, jumping back up, Nick was just adding that Chinese and Japanese companies have a much better mindset for long-term strategy. They do. Sometimes it can lead them to like slow evolution, but in the same breath, not going through the same like mad, wild panics that we are. Okay, sorry. Now I'm just kind of getting off into like ambient complaining. Just MDH, yes, unless you're square. Bless them. Bless them. Let's make movies! Oh no. Oh yeah, Lance, that's something to discuss with someone that understands the geopolitical landscape better than I do. I can tell you game dev and biz dev. Like, that's where my sphere of knowledge lies. And okay, MDH, I'm not giving Square a pass for fucking around with blockchain nonsense, but the experimental side of like big publisher is something that isn't inherently bad. Like, Shinra never worked, but if Shinra had worked, it would have been brilliant, right? I mean, shit, you all know I did a stint at Improbable, so I know my fuckery when it comes to talking about, like, cloud compute games and stuff like that. And, I mean, the problem is, no one wants to be the first person to put out a proper cloud-hosted title because of the sheer amount of unknown cost. It's the same reason why no one wants to work with fucking Unity. Like, oh, MDH, so Shinra was an in-house game engine that was designed to be a completely cloud-hosted game. So the idea being is like, how to phrase it. Okay, so, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV's interactions take place on a server. That is where your inventory, that is where your inventory and your location and what you're up to and what is happening around you is generally processed. But ultimately, the game is still a traditional game. Like, the data and the information is on your rig. Like, the idea around something like Shinra is that the whole ass game is cloud side, and you essentially connect with what is like a varying degrees of a thin client. So like, I never got hands-on with Shinra, and it got cancelled before I really got an understanding of its dev cycle, but it would essentially be the idea of, at least it was when I was at Improbable, was you make your cute indie game, but instead of like instead of shipping a build to users, you just put a build on a cloud-hosted environment and users log into it. With the idea being is that the server infrastructure will understand how many people there are and it will scale up and scale down dependent on how many people are there. So instead of making the game and then shipping it to everybody's hardware, you just make it, upload it, and see what happens. Problem is, cloud compute is incredibly expensive unknown because the cost isn't per person, it is per compute, right? And it introduces the possibility of creating a death loop, but for your whole ass company. If you want a nice hyperbole example, there was a hacked tool. Ooh. Triple kill. Okay, sorry. Back in Second Life, people used to create server crashing objects. If you never played Second Life, it wasn't just a big old chat room where people fucked. The core of Second Life was the ability for users to make objects, craft their own world. The OG kind of like craft and share and sell environment. And obviously, if you have this kind of environment, that adds trolls. And one of my favorite examples was the Get to the Chopper box, which is a little box that one would put on a server. Then you push the box, and it spits out 1,000 penises that all yell, "Get to the chopper." And when those penises touch something, lol, they then throw forth another 1,000 penises that all yell, "Get to the chopper." This creates such an intense server load in such a short space of time, crashes a server. That's fine. Now, imagine that, but it didn't crash the server, that the more penises popped up, more of them yelling, "Get to the chopper," the more cost that would be generated for you. You'd have no way of knowing how much your game might cost anyway because of complexities that could happen. Like, one physics object could end up costing you $100,000. Head Librarian says, "I invented maternity in Second Life. Still not sorry." I read articles about that nonsense, but that's not the story. Okay, Kaimball, go have a nice cup of like a mint or a chamomile or something. Breathe. Watch some super soft anime. Like, don't let this be the last thing in your noggin before you snooze. But like, thank you for the info and the banter. Because I'm there with Kaimball, like, not to the same degree, but like, while I'm not affected, I'm feeling shook. I'm feeling angry. I want to go put a fucking brick through somebody's car window. While they're not in it, and I don't want to do any harm, but I want to show some frustration. I want to break stuff. Like, I saw somebody post on Blue Sky that like if this shit keeps going, GDC 24 is going to be like fucking Woodstock 99. And I don't think they were joking. Fuck. Salem's like, "Well, Limp Bizkit has a song for you." It's the day before Fred Durst Friday. Oh shit, it's Thursday. Close enough. Fred won't mind. Old Frederick Durst. As the Durstmobile pulls up outside. "It's not Friday!" So Chonorus, Woodstock 99 was an infamous music festival that resulted in like multiple fatalities. It was such a...
Just bad.
It was just bad.
They wanted it to be like Woodstock. It wasn't.
No. It didn't quite have that punky, bouncy, like...
I'm pretty sure Gen X is still mad about it.
I think they are.
That's why they're the quiet ones. That's the quiet generation. They got done over. They tried to redo Woodstock and fucked it.
It was hosted at a military base, so it's like people walking obscene distances on hot tarmac with them charging inordinate amounts of money for water and things like that, and
It's like Fire Festival. But
Well, so-
it actually happened.
Sailor was saying, like, so Firefest was a disaster that didn't happen and stranded people on an island. Woodstock 99 happened.
Happened and was bad.
People died. when Limp Bizkit played Break Stuff, people broke stuff.
People actually broke.
Like, there is a famous photo of one of the huge, like, billboards that had been pulled down, and people were just surfing it. You know what, Lance? That's a good point. Woodstock 99 was another great example of a large corporation greatly misunderstanding the resources required to run things. Apparently, Lizzie's got the loopies as well. Okay, as you can tell, friends, there's definitely a certain like level of catharsis from being able to rage along with you all. Yeah. Yeah, Faraday, it was the perfect storm of a terrible event leading to, you know, a band singing literally Break Stuff and the entire crowd going, there. Got the psychic connection there. And look, if 800 people showed up at the GDC show floor and decided to break stuff, there is literally nothing that could be done to stop them. And that's a fucking dark thought, but like, every year I look at Unreal's 2-story fucking stand and I'm like, intrusive thought, but I wonder how sturdy that is. I'm not condoning like a riot at GDC 24. I'm not supporting a full-on siege warfare rush of the stand. But actually, Lance, I like that one. Limp Bizkit sings Break Stuff. Crowd. Wait, that's an option? But yeah, I'm angry, I'm mad. Faraday, Square Peg, Fearless, I think you're right. I think this is going to lead to some like massive unionization, because here's the thing, like we've seen a lot of QA groups unionize, right? And that is because the industry never ceases to remind QA how replaceable they are. Sorry. I just was checking the hot sheets, and there's rumblings of Ubisoft as well. I don't know if I've got the energy to be angry about Ubisoft. Like, I'm gonna keep an eye on gi.biz, but sorry about that. Yes, the Flumpy King. The Flumpy King. You're right, mate. Sorry. What I was going to add on this one was that a lot of QA teams have succeeded in unionizing because QA already has this in it together mentality, right? Like, you are the bottom of the rung, you are the lowest of the low, you are a number, and when you die, someone will take your place. That is a lot of the mainstream QA opinion. And so, with the whole like movement to unionize, that's definitely helped. I'm trying to think how to phrase this without being an absolute arsehole, but I think I'm just going to be an arsehole about it. So sorry, I don't mean this to come across as insensitive, but a bunch of self-anointed bastards higher up the chain are the kinds who have just been fucking bodied by these calls today, alright? Like, we are talking about people who are, like, organizationally instrumental, and they've just been told, bye! And that's a fucking wake-up, you know? When you are flying around the world representing a company, when you are talking with, you know, multi-million-dollar clients on the daily, and your company goes, hey, Josh, how's it going? Get fucked. With no heads up. Like, yes, these people are getting a severance, and that's more than so many people get. But they're still just being told, get fucked! Yeah, no, honest, this is the couldn't happen to me moment. Like, you are not safe if you are senior. You are not safe if you are an important, you know, biz dev individual. They'll just fucking kill you. They don't care. And I know it seems like I'm being overly dramatic, but at a time where everyone is gutted, like, if you are a hyper specialist inside a company like Epic, where the fuck do you go after this? You can't just make an indie game and be like, doop doop doop. Like, I don't know if Renee is here chilling and illing, but like, as I'm sure your whole journey going from like large dev to making it all yourself, there's a lot to learn. And being able to do that whilst being in employment is fucking great. Having to do that while it is your only Hail Mary hope that you'll be able to keep paying the fucking rent. Like, how about no? Yeah, Sadlin, that's the real rage today. They disabled the Make Indie Game button. They also disabled the Go Viral button as well. Head Librarian also adding, there's a lot to learn. And yeah, like, being able to learn that stuff either as part of your profession or, you know, in your downtime, like, outside of work, that's fucking cool. But, like, suddenly being given that as your only prospect? Fuck. Especially if you're a specialist. And there's not a rampant hiring spree going on right now. All of these people will have to survive somehow for the next, like, what? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2... Yeah. They'll have to survive for at least 6 months until teams start hiring again. Philo, THQ was a terrible fucking publisher. But theirs was a curse of hubris. They were in over their heads before they knew they were in over their heads. Oh yeah, and Head Librarian, that is a whole conversation to unpack. That a game is a product, and that product is holistic. It has many components. It's more than just a game. That's just...
River, do not.
Even River is annoyed by this. But yeah, no. Despite everything, the games industry is still very cyclical. Like, usually around like January, February, like April, March is usually when people find out what the rest of the year is going to look like. That's when they start either hiring or being like, well, deuces. The games industry summer is usually very nerve-wracking. Like, even though we don't really do it in the same way, I do think that the whole meeting at GDC, sign contract at E3 cycle still exists to a very, very large extent. Especially considering how small most indie publishers' dance cards are. Oh yeah, Salem, like, I don't know if we got time to unpack all of that, but yes, NoClip did an interview, did a video on the kid that made Choo Choo Charles, and the kid gets it. I mean, we already talked about the fact that he released a free game where he made all of the core assets that would be used to make Choo Choo Charles, and then made a game in such a way that utilized what he'd done before and the knowledge from that. But anyway, the viral success of it is also another element. Bless you. But jumping back, like, there isn't going to be a job for these 800 people to jump into immediately. Some of these people that, like, Epic has fucked today aren't gonna be okay. Like, they've got, you know, they've got a severance, but that's not... It's better than nothing, certainly, but here's a little ham sandwich, now fuck off and die. Kind of is the message we're hearing here. I'm mad about it, friends. I'm mad, and I'm sick of pretending like I'm not mad about this shit. And just to be clear, the reason that I don't get angry about this stuff is because, like, do not be ruled by your anger lest you be consumed by it. There's a certain tipping point where one can only be about anger and outrage and fire and fury. And I think it is far more important to lift up and support those who aren't than it is to pull down the monoliths. But again, I think this goes beyond it. Like, everyone's got their breaking point, and I guess this is fucking mine. I'm fucking livid. Fucking livid. Anyway, there's nothing to be saying right now. I mean, the good news is at very least that, like, they haven't fucked the Unreal Engine, because that's the point where we just start breaking stuff. that's the point where people's shit starts getting set on fire. Like, do not leave people with nothing to lose. Okay, and breathe, and breathe. Alright, so let's shift gears. Sorry. Alvis says, all Epic needed to do in the Unity crisis was say nothing. Epic. Ooh, that sounds like a challenge. Man, there's no way Epic can't turn this into a win. Hold my fucking beer. It is the year 2027. All games companies have torpedoed their multi-industry engines. Now, only one remains. Goddess reigns supreme.
Tick, 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 tick.
Anyway. I've chatted with a lot of friends about this over the last few years. Like, there's a couple of people who I've spoken to who have a genuine strategy for trying to create, like, sustainable indie operations. Like, I don't want to say something like, at least some good will come from this, because it feels like dehumanizing the cost of this, like, colossal fucking shitfest. Nick's in the middle of consulting a team, is trying to figure out they need to roll their own engine. Fucking right. And Verdant Flow, welcome back, friend. Welcome back. This has definitely been a year which has shown just the sheer weight of incompetency at a high tier. And that is going to affect the discussions and negotiations around publishing contracts moving forward. This will change video games, and it will change it in a drastic way. We won't see the effects for a year or two, but it will change things. Because, as everyone is saying, how can we be having one of the best release years? How can we be having like another 1996? Or was it 7? I always get those mixed up. How can we be having another brilliant year for video games and yet be seeing rampant layoffs and closures across the entire industry? It doesn't line up. Like, it doesn't line up. Oh yeah, Favor 6, you are entirely correct when you know shit's bad when people are going back to making their own game engines. So Eraman, that just denotes your dev style. Because like depending on your interpretation, witchcraft is like a practical application of things both this side and the other side of the veil. Sorcery's big nerdery. Which one's thaumaturgy again? Like, alright, Lance, go get some food. To be continued. Agonaniki, you are entirely correct. For all of the shooting out of my face today. As I said, friends, I am so happy. I'm so happy. This is the game. This is the game that we are going to be playing today. And depending on how quickly we get through potions, I also have the additional content for the Golden Idol. Don't know why I had to do those hand movements to remember it, but there we go. So, like, we have a lovely, gorgeous indie game, and we have a brilliant puzzle game if we need that as well. Like, every game is a miracle. Every game is a miracle. And we get a talking cat in this game as well, so we're going to be winning. Thank you all for letting me rant on this. Thank you for letting me, like, just... Because I have been mad about this all morning. And I will be mad about this for a good while. You know? I've talked about this a lot, that unfortunately while I do understand the realities of development, and I do understand the realities of biz dev very, very well, at my heart, I'm still an idealist. It's still about the games. It's about people being able to create these incredible experiences. God, I put it really well yesterday when I was in the throngs of El Paso elsewhere. Oh, it's like video games are mankind's attempt to recreate the world, not as it is, but as it feels. It is the option to reject that which we are given and present something that could be so much better. It is. An artistic sphere that empowers the powerless and gives hope to even the most hopeless of situations. And I love that with my whole heart. I was really enjoying those boring days we've been having in fucking games industry nonsense. Can we go back to having some more boring days? I specifically didn't want any interesting stuff. Here the fuck we are. Here the fuck we are. Yeah, you know what, Nick? That's what happened. If I hadn't gone to bed early, like a sensible person, none of this would have happened. I jinxed us all by not being a sleep-deprived pisshead, but by being healthy and actually looking after myself. Cursed us all in the process. Anyway. Absnayer. Remember boring? Pepperidge Farm remembers boring. Sorry, I didn't want to rehash the conversation we had from yesterday, but, like, it's still so wild to see the difference between, like, smart evil and dumb evil, that companies will look at Fortnite and go, we should do that. Let's buy the most expensive IP we can. Let's cram it full of as much skin-in-a-box nonsense as we can. Let's engineer that malcontent and pull money through people's urethra. And as opposed to looking at the indie scene and being like, hey, if we took a fraction of the money that we're spending on this, just a fraction of it, and got, I don't know, 10 interesting devs to just chip away, the chances that one of those would become a success, when combined with the industrial marketing machine we have, it's pretty high, right? What if we did that? What if we did that? No, that's stupid and dumb and stupid. You know, we can absolutely... It's much easier for us to create Fortnite 2 than it is to create, Vampire Survivors. Oh, wait a second. Both of those are unique situations, but one of them requires a fuckload of money and more luck, and one of them requires a lot less money, but less luck. Huh. Boy, that sure is weird. Which of those is smart business? I know! Let's spend $1 billion! We'll do some fucking dances! Alright, maybe I hadn't gotten all the rage out of my system yet. Alright, I'm good. I know. And here's the thing, friends, is the annoying thing about being versed in biz dev is that you know why these decisions get made. You know why. There's a combination of, like, rampant number go up and ego. To create an incubator for indie games, you would have to admit that you are hiring people who are smarter and more creative than you. And you know what? That is almost fucking impossible for a lot of people in the upper echelons of the games industry. They've had so many years of people telling them how brilliant and how clever and how smart they are, that it's obviously them, right? I mean, fuck. You don't need me to tell you this. You know this before I even say it. But that was why, like, the rampant brainworm, like, tech syphilis of NFTs rushed through the upper echelons so fast. It was smart people telling smart people that this is the future. It wasn't even like the king has no clothes on. It was delusion, convincing delusion. Like, friends, you don't have to be a genius to make a successful video game. You don't. You do not have to be a savant. You don't have to be a special 1 in a million flower. You can do it through hard work and just fucking getting it done. But let me tell you, I've met some genuine geniuses in our industry, and they are not the people commanding those budgets. They are not the people up there. And I don't know if it's like once you get to a certain point, like the brain rot kicks in, or if you just dumb luck overrides creativity. But yeah, I can tell you that none of the true geniuses that I have met in gaming are part of those circles. And I think about that every fucking day. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring down the fighty menu music. We're going to bring up the smooth jams. There we go. We're going to shift gears. We're going to banter for a little bit. Let's say in 15 minutes, we're going to get started on the Potions A Curious Tale demo. Again, all of you, thank you for letting me rant. I know I said this at the beginning, but I'd like to say this again, that I also want to acknowledge how fucking privileged I am in this situation. The majority of what keeps a roof over my head is this little corner of Twitch, alright? That means that when it comes to these huge company layoffs, unless, there will be a day that comes when Mr. Twitch shits the bed so hard that this won't be viable. But if that happens, I'm also lucky enough to be working with some really cool indies. I am in a strange corner. Yes, I am that weird little, moss-covered shaman. Yes, I am in an odd little place when it comes to all of this, but I just wanted to acknowledge that, while the thing that gets my blood up most is how much this has affected people I care about, that I am also lucky enough to not have to fear it, you know? And Clank, Watto, and welcome!
Hi.
Coming in, friend, coming in. You know what, Nick? That's a very good point. Nick was saying that having met some of those geniuses after their glory years, that the difference is how they react to becoming increasingly irrelevant. Some of them reinvent themselves and become fresh and new. Others go and chase a trend because they forgot. We had... Oh my god, how am I forgetting his name? He was one of the original GDC founders. He did the famous dragon speech. Oh my god, we had him on the show. Oh my god. Was it Chris? Chris Crawford, thank you, Nick. We had him on the show, and I've kept up with his projects and things like that, and I never appreciated that side of things, that rather than attempt to desperately chase a level of relevance in the space, he's still chasing that idea. I don't know if he'll achieve it, but he's still trying to create something that is based on human interaction, human empathy, rather than conflict, rather than competing systems. And he's got his little team, and he's chipping away at it, and who knows? But he's not out there desperately trying to stay a level of relevance. And the other one is that if you ever get to meet one of those people that has lost their relevancy but continues to persist in the space, it's always fascinating to hear their reasoning. I love Rami. Rami's fucking great. Rami made his money on ridiculous fishing and then used that money to travel around the world and talk to other young indies. Rami's kind of like the like the uncle who's seen it all, and he's ready to tell you about it. But he doesn't. He's not running around being like, "Oh well, if you don't listen to me, then I'm the money guy." But whereas others who shall remain nameless, God, they love being in those like investment summits or those like going to places like Dice and shit like that and being like, "Ah, well, the next thing that I'm working on, the fucking you know." The ones who did get suckered in by the NFT schemes because they thought they were on the cutting edge of hotness. Like, look, people are complicated entities. Shocking, I know. I'm just dropping all the hot truth today. Every person is a galaxy self-contained in a meat suit of anxiety and caffeine. So I don't like attributing to some of the larger creatives an immediate good or bad. But one thing that is an interesting example of how this rot sets in is look at the arc of Richard Garriott, who, as we last saw, was getting suckered in by nufters. That is an example of that, like, that relevancy drop. And the thing is, like, once you reach a certain level of money, you have people just telling you you're great and good and smart and everything. That's not a story, friends.
No,
That's not a story.
Come here.
You're okay.
No.
Baby boy, you're fine. If you hear any distressed dog noises, that's Amos getting his feet cleaned. Yeah, honestly, like, Nick, put in Rami on one palm and then Lord British on the other. That is a fascinating one. The head librarian says, I panelled with him, and I'll just say, yep. God, what a fucking day. But has Rami been to space? I mean, Rami's been flying. Oh yeah, Square Peg. That whole thing with fucking the Explorers Club. God. That was some that was some rich whiteness. Oh no! Billionaires have gone under the sea! We must mobilize to save them! What about that boat full of people over there in trouble? But they're not billionaires! Get fucked, poor people! We're the Explorers Club! Get fucked, poor people! Should be their fucking motto. God. I have stress spots! Okay, no, we're bringing it back, we're bringing it back. Now, one thing that is very interesting about these situations is that it is going to be harder and harder for these big, like, monolithic publisher types to remain, well, these, like, faceless monolithic blobs. The more of these, like, big hemorrhagings that happen, you know, this... I'm hoping this will do steps to move us forward in the same way that the EA Widows did back in the day, you know? At least that's what I'm hoping. You know, I don't want to say, well, at least there's a silver lining, because that's a shitty thing to tell somebody who can't feed their family. You know, well, at least this leaves more free time for your hobbies. Get fucked. Oh yeah, no, J-Blow can get in the bin. I'm not gonna waste the air talking about J-Blow. See, some people go into space. Some people should stay in space. No, Favor 6, this isn't the games crash again. And that's what's infuriating about this. Games are actually making stupid money. Like, if you look at the graph of like expenditure in games, we saw this massive uptick during Plague. And now it's on a down trickle. But that down trickle has left us at a baseline that is higher than it was before. People who started playing video games throughout, the fucking Plague have kept playing video games now that, and when I say return to normal, I mean from like a day in, day out socioeconomic standpoint. The Plague is still here, shit's still difficult. It's not instantly easy and done and better, but the video games crash of like 83 is closer to a lot of those like toy craze crashes and things like that. Like, you can kind of, what's real fun? If you look at the video game crash and look at the like sales figures and like the detonation, look at the same thing with Beanie Babies. It's fucking fascinating. God, I just stress picked a hole in my arm. Fuck! This tea isn't calming at all! Okay. I'm over here just like casually responding to enamel pin orders, really hoping these come through. I don't know. I will say, if I'm being perfectly honest with the universe, I will say that I'm probably more irate about this than I would usually have been, because we got a lot of stuff going on IRL, and my blood's already up, but about things that I can't change. Yeah, no, Agadanaki, this game is going to be absolutely wonderful. And, okay, as an aside, so Potions of Curious Tale, we're going to be playing the demo today. This is available right now. You can just go ahead and play it. I don't know if a release date has been set, but this will be a lot more of a complete build than we had during the IGDA showcase that we did 1,000 years ago. It is going to be lovely. We are going to mix up some nonsense, possibly fight a kraken through the medium of beverages. Like, I'm down for this. And I know I said this multiple times today, but I think it warrants saying again that, like, we couldn't have asked for a better chaser to today's bullshit. I'm keeping an eye on the hot sheets to see if this thing with Ubisoft is also true. But Ubisoft's been making a lot of really dumb decisions at the same time. And I don't even have the energy to get mad at EA. Like, they're fucking bullshit. Whoa. It just continues. Go fighty. Well, you know what? So, Nick, Nintendo has been, it's 100 years old at this point, right? They have had multiple consoles, and sometimes they've had console failures. But they didn't fucking die. You know? Like, if you want to deconstruct why Sega died and Nintendo didn't, that's a fascinating conversation. And I'm so glad we got those, like, Sega leaks from the 90s, because those have been amazing! And, like, again, I am not saying that Nintendo is beautiful and perfect with no flaws. There's still a gigantic multinational. Pokemon makes more money than any other franchise on the planet. But, like, Fortnite's not making baby numbers. Fortnite's not making just, like, enough to buy a Freddo and a can of Iron Brew. So when I get mad at, like, Epic, I think it's with good fucking cause. know. Nintendo are woefully slow to make choices at times, and that can lead to a very frustrating working relationship with them. But they're still here. They're still here. And again, I'm sorry, I just keep coming back to this fucking thing. This fucking thing of like, Nintendo's been doing so well that they just told the entirety of the Tears of the Kingdom team, hey, do you want to just have another year? Like, I know you're content locked and everything's done, but do you want to just like another year to just make this really pop? And Hyenas doesn't even get the fucking chance to release. Sorry, we can't risk you not making enough money. Get fucked, I guess. Enjoy going into an impossible Christmas. Oh, no, it's fine. You could totter out to all those rampant games industry hiring jobs there are. Oh, wait a second. Sorry. Back in the car. Back in the car. Okay. All right. I said 15 minutes. Usually I like to put a little timer on how long I let myself get angry for, which is usually a 10-minute timer. It's been 2 hours. So let's switch gears. We're going to start on Potions, A Curious Tale. But I do want to say, friends, if you want to keep talking about this, that's entirely fine. Like, I'm level-headed now. Now I am calm. Like, wait, has it been saying El Paso elsewhere for this whole stream? Because I just went back into, and it's... Huh. I refreshed the back end to make sure I hadn't fucked up, and it just said we had no category. Huh. So, let's have a look at a lovely game, shall we? Just get this all set up. L epic elsewhere. Fucking right. And again, like, thank you, Renee, for pointing us in this direction. If you do decide you want to play the demo for yourself, you absolutely can. And who's ready to get wholesome? Yeah! Sorry, that's the point where it's like, who's ready to get wholesome? Yeah! Alright, we'll work on the call and response. We'll work on the call and response. God, I should have made some tea. This is absolutely needed. Dice Goddess, yeah. Let's get some wholesome.
To help you calm down, a Cannavian brew and a Freddo could be £3 in the wrong places now.
I mean, I should be mad about that Favor 6, but I wouldn't be able to get a Freddo for the equivalent of £3 out here in the US, so don't even worry about it. And Renee, that's lovely of you to say. You know, I try and show off indie titles as much as I can. Problem is, we've just had too many incredible games this year, and when, especially some of the big heavy hitters have a real impact to them. Like, Armored Core 6 is not an indie game, not in the slightest. Like, that had the full might of the Bandai Namco machine behind it. And they even had people at a press event driving an actual mech, which I've not seen any footage of. Still mad I didn't get to do that. However, when I found out there was going to be actual giant robot driving for the Armored Core 6 event, I got up the courage to message the Blamco PR team, and they tried any which way they could to fit me in, and they couldn't do it. So they rolled out kind of like the red carpet for us behind the scenes. It was lovely. But yeah, I haven't been showing off indie games as much as I should have recently. And as you can hear, the guinea pigs are criticizing me for that. So now, I get to show you all this. Crash! Ow. Deckhand. You out down there? I think so. My head broke my fall. Big mood, Luna, big mood. Oh, I think we've run aground! Hey, look! Take these potions of healing! Stay below deck! Topside! What? No place for a young lass! As apparently these pirates are from Yorkshire. Roar! That is some very loud ground. As someone who's been so hungover that the ground has felt loud, feel that one. Press 1 and right-click to drink a potion of healing. Wasard to move. Gamer instincts kicking in immediately. But no, sorry, I've got Jammy Dodgers. Well, okay, not official Jammy Dodgers, but I've got the off-brand Jammy Dodgers and Jaffa Cakes to access. Alongside, and I want to flex here, but I'm gonna, Twiglets, Frazzles, and Whatsits. I'm unstoppable. Now, they're not nice and spicy knickknacks and or copious amounts of Monster Munch, but it's a good, strong start. Also, friends, if you want to give this demo a little trundle along, download it. Let's do a play-along. Let's do it. Sorry, Nick was just saying, those are all made-up words that you have done to screw with us. You'll never know. You'll never know. That is definitely locked. Dustin says, generic Jammy Dodgers? Do you mean Jelly Avoiders? Fun. Okay, Jelly Avoider is the best unused either mech or ship name. Oh, also, so Renee, while you are irking and lurking, do you have any interest in playing Sea of Thieves? Possibly tomorrow. Oh. I've been on the internet long enough to know where this is going. Greetings, Hot Sinbad. I mean, regular Sinbad, sorry. And also, Nick is correct. Sorry, Relu, Favor 6. I'm going to spill the beans. England doesn't exist. Ireland, Wales, and Scotland do. The rest we just made up to sell tea to people. We basically made up every accent that you think. I don't know if this game is safe for Twitch, and we're going to find out together. Sinbad is like, get back, devilfish! Sorry, it's the only voice I've got. I shall have your tentacles hung from the main yard, like the slimy... what on earth is that thing? It's the Kraken! You should have stayed below deck, girl! Me auditioning for the voice roles here. It's alright. We'll just use a sword on this. It's fine. Better not stumble on those weapons. They look sharp. Hehe. Guess who remembers how to do this? Ha ha! Wonderful, dear girl! Taunting that beast into attacking our weaponry. A stroke of genius. Well done. Sorry, all I can hear is, oh my god, he's having a stroke of genius. Tony, 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 Tony. See, now all the rage has subsided, I have the energy of the rage, and I shall be using it for good rather than evil. Yeah, get that in your tentacle, you fuck. Oh, God! Watch out! Don't let it catch fire! That is definitely a... Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to deep fry this mother hubbard. Woo! 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 Calamari. It's not my first Kraken, and it won't be my last. Jamami says England is just a fever dream that one kid on the Isle of Wight had. And then there'll be a great big city in the middle that doesn't make any sense, but it's really expensive. Ha ha ha! You're a marvel, my dear. The beast flees from you as it does from Count's Armada. I don't know why every knightly type character ends up being basically loud Matt Berry, but here we are. Excuse me, it's the calamari. A young girl sends a terrible monster back to the depths. The bard shall sing of you this great victory. I would hardly call that a victory, but nonsense! We are not dead! The ship did not sink, and the sun above and the sea below. What more could a sailor ask for? But this is no time to celebrate. Full sail, crew! Onward to our destination! Maybe fix the middle bit as well. Just, gonna request that one. Alright, we made it. Praise of the Most High, we have arrived at last in the town of Old Haven. I know it does not look like much, but it's the only port this side of the wildlands. Attracts all manner of adventurers, treasure hunters, smugglers, and scoundrels. Alright, well, I wouldn't exactly call it safe passage, but deal's a deal. Here's the rest of your payment. Captain Sinbad. Ah, but of course! The Arabella always arrives safe and sound, he says, shuffling the broken midsole behind him. Well, actually, it's the first one, actually. Wait, what? You mean all your other boats have sunk? Why? Yes, miss, but why do you think we charge so little? We're very affordable. Minor chance of horrible nautical death. Find Granny's house, enter Granny's house, drink Granny's brandy, recover from Sinbad. Steal Sinbad's brandy. Sinbad has a very poor history of voyages. Yeah, should have checked the Yelp reviews. Wellity, wellity, wellity. If it isn't Lady Von Mean Girls. If I could do a good Valley Girl voice right now, this would be the time. You'll just have to deal with me reading like a regular person. Excuse me! What happened to the ship? It was attacked by a huge sea monster just before we arrived. Emma said, not again! A kraken is attacking more ships than it did in the past. What did you do? What brings you here anyway? Old Haven isn't a very safe town. Okay, I love this because it reminds me of when you've spent a larger portion of your life in like a major metropolitan area and someone's like, oh, you know, if you go down to New Winklehaven, oh, it's not very safe down there. You're like, what am I going to do? Get injured by whimsy? Is there an irate cow nearby? I'm here to study with my grandmother. Study? Well, yeah. Grandmother is this town's potion master, and I'm here to learn the trade. You? Learn the intricacies of one of the most complicated forms of magic? Look, Emily, unless you want to be eating one of those shoes, I suggest you chill. I doubt you'll be able to grasp the basic concept. You're just going to get in her way when Old Haven needs her services dearly. I'm going to feed you your own hat. I am going to befriend a cat. The cat is going to shit in your hat. Then I'm going to feed it to you. Go back home, be coddled, and let a more worthy person be her apprentice. Emily, you do not know the levels of spite I am capable of. I am going to have a cat, and that cat is also going to be fueled by spite. What's your name, little girl? I see the death between worlds. Oh, good. Things are never quite as scary as when you've got a best friend, like a tiny Calvin and a tiny Hobbs. Well, eat shit, Rosalind, because I have not one, not two, not four, but 8 tiny friends. Your move, little girl. Yeah, get fucked. I win! Almost slug cats down there. Yeah, I just battered that 5-year-old. Get in the bin. Look, I understood the assignment, which is winning. I played Pokemon. All right. Which one was it? I think it's Black and White, where you actually do go through a preschool, and I had that realization that I was a grown man in my 20s with me, and I want to believe that was my run with Tepig, my favorite Pokemon, where I just beat the snot out of children's Pokemon and just took their money. Sorry, Jamami's like, get dunked on, child! What's it like losing to an adult who occasionally has disposable income? Pose. Oh, lovely. Sadler was just reminding us that Geek Girl Con kicks off over in just a little over a week. Alright, what have we got? Blueberries, mana point. Quickly and thoroughly stain clumsy fingers. I didn't realise I was going to get called out by this. Mountain cherries. Mouth puckering choking hazard. A tart cherry from a resilient cherry bush. We've got time. Well, I managed to get 2, so I guess, friends, we've got time to burn. We've got time to burn. Comedic genius is fucking wasted on you people. Fucking wasted on you. Sir, what's the strongest drink you can serve to an underage wizard? Lord Kudos, what on welcome. Well, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I've been very energetic, very animated today, so it's nice to switch gears in this one. And so I do want to say, is like, friends, I was lucky enough to play a very, very early build of this. God. Renee, when was the IGDA showcase? Was it last year? Year before? Like, all time is completely lost on me, except for the one I picked up. That wasn't actually intentional. Was it 3 years ago? Fucking time travel! Fucking time travel. So, Lord Kudos, and those of you who have just joined us, so this is the demo for Potions of Curious Tale. This is up on Steam now. Riku Kitty in chat is the main dev on this one. Because actually, I haven't asked how many peeps you have working on this. Innkeeper Corey. Never a dull day here in Old Haven. I guess it's a little early to start hitting the source. And remember, friends, if there is a squad of people that you do not drink with casually, it is alchemists.
Stop that incessant clicking.
They looked at all the properties of everything that the Earth has to offer, be it magical or terrestrial, and went, I'll drink that. Mary Muffet. Oh, hello! I'm Mary! Are you Luna? My little girl voice is very similar to my granny voice. My father said you were coming! Was it pleased to meet you? Nice to meet you too! Oh, it's going to be so wonderful to have another girl my age here. How old are you? Please accept this ivy as a symbol of our new friendship. Oh, wow, thank you! My hands itch now. Whoa, no, Rilu. Rugby players are to alchemists what berserkers are to shaman. Like, they are on the receiving end, and they use that to physical destruction. But nah, alchemists... Oh, this must be the place. Alright, I'm going to explore the area a little bit first before we go see Gran Gran. Like, who's this guy? What's his deal? He's just a stranger. You're looking for the potion master, right? Or else it's just over there. Thanks! Alright, Fearless, have a lovely rest of your day. And if we don't see you, it's always lovely hanging out. Nick was saying, do not get into a fight with a technical animator. Actually, you know what? The whole tech art sphere, those are people I would not want to scrap with. A group of individuals who have chosen to bend the concept of reality to their will to make building look player good. Oh, yes, Sadlin, you're right. The statement is, do not drink casually with rugby players. Okay, I'd be fine, but I would hurt after. Masks for sale! Masks for sale! 2 for a pound! 2 for a pound! Cool wizard shit! Cool wizard shit! Studio Ghibli cosplay! Masks for sale! Ziggy says, a mask can make you brave and help you face the world. I should probably sound like David Bowie, but I've already committed to the bit. Wood masks, invisible masks, magic masks. Theft, sadly, not a viable function. Rilu, I think that's something you can put on your business card. Rilu was saying that they grew up drinking with rugby players, so it's a shock they still have a working liver, and I quote, but it's the only organ of mine that doesn't have issues. God. I'm almost a little scared to get like a proper internal scan, just in case I see like picket signs around my liver. Hell no, we won't go. Hello.
Oh, Luna, my dear. Welcome. My, how you've grown. I know I sound quite like that child outside, but it's purely a coincidence.
Well, nice to see you, grandmother.
Oh, please call me Granny. Everyone else fucking does around here.
I'm only doing voices to differentiate, so for those of you that are second screening, you can tell the difference. But if I had the capacity, this character would sound like the main character from Owl House. Well, I guess not a main character. The witch from Owl House.
Now, I understand you've shown some skills in the craft of potion brewing. Dave down the market said he couldn't see for 3 days.
Oh, I wouldn't exactly call it skill, but I was trying to make some brown dye to colour stuff from colour a scuff in the door, and it exploded.
Exploded, you say? Brown dye?
Yes, I blew the back porch right off the house. Mother was so bad.
From brown dye? Wonderful, dear. You must have talent. Go on, tell me how you made this explosion. Don't worry.
Well, there were some mushrooms. There was around almost the right colour of brown, so I ground them up. And then I found this strange powder from a red stick in Dad's study, which I assumed was fine. Actually, Scotty, it was meant to be Terry Jones doing...
He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy.
As it's one of 4 voices I can do. And, Salem, you are correct. There was some mushrooms as a key element in many exciting tales. And this is why you don't fuck with alchemists. Like, regular people see mushrooms and go, I should check to see if that's safe. And alchemists see them and go, there. Luna says, it was too light from the match. It was too light a colour to match the door, so I thought I'd add a bit of ash from the fireplace until the shade matched. Is this going to accidentally alchemist cookbook us?
I did.
Well, I didn't have a brush, so I found a feather to apply it with, and BAM! It blew up the second I touched it with a feather.
Oh, right, I see. That's a minor explosion potion. Oh, marvellous, my dear. You do have talent. Also, make sure you throw your phone away. Sorry. Now, I want you to go out there, get a mushroom, ash, a feather, and then you're going to find Dave. And Dave has wronged me for the last time. You're going to pop this in his pocket and put VATS mode on. Ah! Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, Jamami was saying that voice comes pre-installed with every British person, and Colt goes on to go, oh yes, Monty Python _003. It's a great voice. Oh, sorry. I guess I've just got Pythons on the brain because I've been trying to explain to Fiona what Faulty Towers is like, and I don't actually think there's a way to do it. Like, you can explain to somebody all the core components, and not excusing, what's-his-face, Ganglefuck for being an arse wreck, but like... Basil!
There's a thing that's been going around on TikTok and places like that of like, what's something that you quote that most people don't know? And I do so many from Faulty Towers. My favourites being, would you like a rat? And what the chef, was it? What the eye don't see, the chef gets away with. He put bloody mince in it.
I'm gonna give you a darn good thrashing!
It's not a rat, it's Siberian hamster.
It's a rat!
Yeti, I did see the interviews where they said that Basil is based on a real person, and I think it's so easy to understand that. Okay, so Riku, same with Red versus Blue, but again, the ones I tend to do is, my name is Michael Jacobus, and I hate babies. That is the worst throw of all time ever. Oh, God. This is the thing, is for a few of them, I can't always remember them off the top of my head. I'll just start spouting them around the house. Oh, sorry. Clicked outside the window. Should be able to find... Oh, sorry.
You should be able to find ash and feathers at Old MacDonald's farm. That fucker owes me money. And there should be plenty of mushrooms at the edge of the deep, dark forest, which is perfectly safe. Off you go.
Caffeine, I mean, the game is gorgeous and it is actual cozy. Okay. I am doing my best. I am doing my best to contain this, but at some point, I'm going to start a ground war with a lot of the, air quotes, cozy game channels. Because I think it's going to get to the point where I can't stop but well actually. Just because, so you have a title like this, and cozy is a vibe. It is a feeling and a style of pacing that gives you this, like, warm, rainy Sunday afternoon with a blanket kind of vibe. It is not a specific art style, although the art style does apply. Like, cozy is like the, is it an immersive sim, but you can be wrong. If something has, like, a gorgeous hand-drawn art style like this, that kind of, like, soft and warm palette colors, if you beat somebody to death with a book in it, it's not a fucking cozy game anymore, alright? You know? You can't be watching, I don't know, sheepdog trials and it suddenly turns into fucking Hannibal and say, oh man, that sure is a cozy show. Renee was saying that combat often disqualifies Potions: A Curious Tale from the cozy, wholesome showcase. Interesting, because there are a bunch of games that end up in the, like, wholesome direct and stuff like that that are about, that do have conflict. It's just not immediate. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb is not a cozy game. Now, this is why it's kind of like the immersive sim scenario, because there are ones that you can play that make you feel, that can generate that cozy feeling through like thematics that resonate with you, or through like repetition or comfort. Because Faraday was saying Hitman isn't a cozy game. It is for me, because the pacing of it is so slow and the way in which I kill people is so silly that for me it's a whimsical little jaunt around a tropical island. It just happens to result in a bunch of murder. Yes, am I contradicting myself? More than a little bit. But the reason why I don't go on more of a discussion about what is and is not cozy is because a large proportion of the cozy games movement comes from like femme-presenting folks and people of color who are finding like a niche in the gaming space and carving that out. And I absolutely positively want to support all of those people. Which is why I have to kind of grind my teeth when they're like, this is a cozy game. It's not a cozy game. It's very stressful and murdery. But I really want you to be in this conversation. You know what I mean? A Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome. Nick saying their cozy place is smushing up 300 NPCs in a wine press. And cozy murder mystery. Yeah, murder she did it. But yeah. But no, I got into a bit of a row with somebody many, many years ago on the subject of not Temtem. God, the one with the plants. God darn it. Fuck. Yeah, Day of the Triffids, that's the one. Cozy game with plants. What is up with me today? All the rage and caffeination has just removed my long-term memory. Cool, I don't remember stuff anymore. Oh my word. Ooblets. That Ooblets is still a game about conflict. They changed the presentation. Like, in Ooblets, it's still Pokemon. You train up your little characters, you beat other people, and you climb the ranks in victory. But instead of it being... instead of it being like Pokemon, where it's like cute animal pit fighting, it's a dance battle. Wait, Renee, is Ooblets still... Was it not officially released? Has it just been in early access this whole time? God, Temtem's done laps around him. And here we have Mary Muffet going, oops! Where did all this time go? Can you please help me collect these herbs? Tap spacebar to interact with the closest object and to collect all the harvest items. Love to see it. Ooblets hit version 1 in August of 2022. Fuck. I mean, I am all for a relaxed dev cycle if you can do it, but damn. Legend has actually dropped ahead of me and is on a bombing spree. Little Miss Muffet regretted her choices when the Potioneer decided to bomb her hat. Oh, hey, Vanderbeest, you want to throw a fucking question in? Yeah. When does a game go from early access to delayed release? That's a hell of a question. One thing I've noticed recently is teams doing Steam pages whilst they're still in crowdfunding, like before they have hit the beat. And I'm just like, obviously I don't want to deny anybody the opportunities, because when you're crowdfunding a game, you get the most amount of attention if the crowdfunding goes successful. But it seems weird to put up a product page for something that might never exist. I don't know. I think it's something that we'll have to talk about industry-wise in 1,000 years. But again, I don't see it as a massive problem. Eventually, users will become frustrated, and that's the point where we have to talk about it. But until then, I mean, Riku, you're right. Most games sadly never exist. Ooh, cat mushroom. No one knows how related these fungi are to mushrooms. Explosions. Yeah, no, Salen, you're entirely correct that there is a weird loop of getting people to wishlist it during the crowdfunding stage that gets more people to see the page, that gets more people to the crowdfunding. Yeah. And sorry, Riku, the reason I kind of got... Renee, the reason I got the 1,000-yard stare is I was talking to a friend this week about a game which, sadly, I can't talk about like the specifics of it, but both of us got to play the vertical slice that went around for pitching, and it was so good. And yet it got bounced by like all the indie publishers. I don't know. Maybe that's something we'll have to wizard veto today, is discussion of indie publishers. Because, like, again, Renee, you're self-publishing this, right? Like, as it currently stands. Dustin says that Dustin and Puns have conspired to create a meme. Oh, good. So Renee is saying that it's 100% self-published with Kickstarter funds, and they are paying out of pocket for the end of dev cycle. I mean, scary as, but like, yeah, good luck. We got you. Aww, little soot friend. Resting one's head on these is a treatment for illness. Hey. There we go. Darker the ash, the more charcoal it contains. Alright, so we've got the core stuff. But we'll hoover up a few more resources before we leave. Yeah. I promise I won't go back into the rage pits, but, you know, like, friends, to get to the point where you're able to release a game is incredible, right? Like, every game is a feckin' miracle. And for most creators, especially indie devs, that's the dream. Like, as Renee was saying, it'd be great to break even. Like, the goal is to break even. It would be great to be able to earn more funds from a title so that you have money to make the next game. Like, that's the core challenge. Oh, growing some vegetables. I'm always a sucker for games that let me harvest nonsense amounts of resources. And again, I've been spending so much time with Dismantle that this just feels right. Yes, Verdant Flow, I destroyed their chest. The fuck are they going to do about it? I make bombs now. I'm Bomberman with better fashion sense. What's Farmer Haggis going to do? Grumble at me? I'll burn his house down. Oh yeah, no, puns. I was talking about this earlier in the day, but like I try and make sure that, you know, do not give in to the rage lest you be consumed by it. Ultimately, it's more important that a game like this succeeds than I shit on Tim Sweeney's car, you know? If I'm only able to do one thing. Ooh. Animal parts. Taste like pumpkin pie, but you'd never know. You know? Okay, so question for Renee. Out of curiosity, did you approach any indie publishers at any point? If you don't mind talking about that. Again, if there are any questions you don't want to go into, don't worry about it. These lovely Mother Hubbards understand. Okay, so Renee was saying they did speak with Devolver, but the genre is a little too cozy for them. But wasn't actively searching for a publisher. I mean, ultimately, if you're able to put it together yourself, then jobs are good, right? Farmhand. Oh, that bull won't just leave me alone. Oh, it charges right at me anytime I go near it. Maybe it's your red shirt.
I thought they were colourblind. I'll rethink my life. I've been a farmhand for 20 years. Never even thought of that.
Faraday says, see, my game is 100% self-funded. I'm just hoping people want to play once we have an early access version out. Starting off small, but we should be able to scale. I mean, that's fair. People were mentioning 7 Days to Die earlier, and that's a really good example of a game with an ambitious idea that's, you know, sustained by early access. So Riku was saying that publishers take a really big cut. They're hesitant to work with, that they recoup at 80%, but then take 50% of your profits even after they get their money back. Yeah. And those are the ones that don't take your IP and don't add all kinds of additional challenges. Now again, as we were talking earlier, I'm not going to get mad at anybody that takes a publishing deal, because sometimes that's the only way you can get your game out. So, buddy? Big friend. Big friend fighty. Of course, every part of me wants to just open the gate and watch that guy get bodied, but that's me. Yeah. I mean, so again, Faraday, like, ultimately, every title that you can self-publish, it's not like it's not a lottery ticket, it's an expansion, right? I don't think this fits the fart hotel scenario, as Fearless brought it up earlier, but...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You think Dracula feels fantastic today?
I'd say they feel rather holy. That game did me an emotional damage, in a good way. Play El Paso elsewhere. Deus, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! I know Hookshot is correct that, you know, sometimes taking the deal means being able to make the game. Like, and that's just that's the realities of it. You know, both methodologies are fine. The only thing that I would say is that if you are taking a publishing deal, at least right now, or if you are working with external PR, check everything. Like, I know for those of you who watch and hang out here a lot, you've heard me talk about this, but I don't know what's going on, but this year, especially around like PAX, it's like the general journosphere was sad times, bad times. Dea says they can now clench their left fist. Oh, good. Is it, You know what? I was about to say something terrible then, and I didn't. That's another point to me. What happened? I hope you're doing alright. I saw you beasted one of them tough mudders, which is like mud, but extremely brittle. So that's why I wanted to kind of chat about like games PR stuff, because as Sistorm was saying, like these days it's less about the ability to get games in the hands of consumers. You don't have to worry about physically getting a game to somebody. Digital distribution's got you. Steam, Nintendo Store, like fucking Xbox, on your face. I don't know. But actually getting the game from your operation to a consumer is not the problem. Now it's people finding out about it. Systorm goes and say it's more about that how to connect to gamers to reach them about a game's existence. It's more PR than distribution, yes. And a few of the publishers and a few of the PR operations are fucking coasting right now, and it is driving me up the bloody wall. No, and that's feckin' spot on. Renee was just saying that one of the reasons that this took like 9 years total dev time. Ooh, a basilisk. Such venom in a small package. The basilisk is hatched from a rooster's egg that looks like a rooster's egg with a serpent's tail. It has the gaze, bite, and breath and hiss are all fatal. And depending on the lore, basilisk breath can be stone-turningly fatal, and in some it's their gaze. Oh god. So Deus was saying they got stung by a yellow jacket and a rosebush gored him, which ended up in like having an allergic reaction. So god, yeah, Deus had a swollen left arm. I'm glad you're feeling better, friend. And to Angelus, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, yeah, Angelus, that's definitely the one of like, isn't that the reason we're signing a deal with you? So you can tell us how to take it to market, so you can handle that. But yeah, this is just like, Will's warning is, especially after this PAX West that just happened, always be getting a copy of whatever it is that your PR teams are putting out. Like, be a pain in the ass. Be a pebble in a shoe. Like, it's their job to make sure that your game gets the good coverage it deserves. And now, well, obviously, it's a hyperbole example. I have been talking a lot about Roman Sands because the team handling the PR on that one fucked it. And I'm glad I don't know the people directly involved because I would shame them to their face. If you don't know the story, so Roman Sands is a teeny tiny little game that was exhibiting at PAX West. Alright, hang on, I'll tell that story, but... Okay, so Renee, Fiona asked me that question. I didn't know it was a meme, and so I answered genuinely, which is like twice a week. But in my defense, I worked on a game based on like Roman history, and I still think of all the dumb stories from Roman history. I don't sit around thinking like, man, those guys were so cool. I think like, boy, they sure did fuck up a lot. And also, Teutoburg Forest is one of my favourite little tales. Because no amount of trained military nonsense and imperialistic rule can prepare you for a fuck ton of German berserkers. Thank you, Sadlin. I'm so glad that you reminded everybody that I played a Roman in a Sonic game. And yes, Rome 2 scarred us all. Baggage train. Baggage train. I actually did a stream of Rome 2 recently, and talking about Rome 2 was absolutely fine, but let me tell you, once I booted the title, I kind of had like an existential crisis. Just remembering the stories and the tales. That was a time. That was a time. But anyway, jumping back. Oh! So Roman Sands was this weird-looking, kind of looked like a visual novel game with a bit of a meh art style. It looked like, what if you took Paradise Killer but made everybody not hot? And I'm like, oh, well, that's sure is a game, I guess. And the only reason I looked into the game is because the press release for it was so fucking bad that I was angry. And I called Like, I actually showed Fiona. I called to them so I could show them how bad this thing was, which then caused me to look at the trailer. And the trailer was mostly terrible until the beat dropped, and I was like, wait a second. There's more to this game than it just being a piece of shit. Start looking at it. No, it's the same team that did fucking Paratropic. Like, the award-winning Paratropic. So mad. I was so mad. Now I'm mad on their behalf. Because, like, when I think about how many people went to PAX West, like, the footfall there was wild. And the actual game in question was hidden and buried inside another stall. You know, one of those ones where it's like a stand and they have multiple kiosks for different games? And this one was hidden behind, I think, Days Gone, the RPG Maker sniper game, which looks very good and has also been in development for 1,000 years. And I'm just like, if I hadn't been offended by how shite the press release is, I wouldn't know this game existed. So yeah. Also, I'm a Vola. I once got heinously drunk on the set of HBO's Rome. That was a press event, and I had a very good time doing it. Alright, come on, Granny, let's make bombs.
Ah, so you've gathered all the ingredients? Perfect. Oh, let me show you how to craft them.
So Granny puts on like a Che Guevara bandana. Sorry. There's a reason no one fucks with Granny. So this is where you can craft potions by combining ingredients. All potions take 3 ingredients to craft. Some require specific ingredients, while other only require mana combinations. Each ingredient has a mana value. The feather you've gathered, for example, contributes 1 air mana. Let's craft a Minor Explosions potion. This potion is rare in that it uses 3 types of mana. Most you only craft with like 2. Combine a mushroom and an ash and a feather. Okay. Put a blueberry in there, turn it into some kind of heinous blueberry bomb. But yeah, so the TLDR being is that if you are working with a publisher, if you are working with external PR or otherwise, check everything they're sending out. Like, you probably know this person from the industry anyway, which can make it very hard to be like, hey, can I see the releases before you're sending them out? But like, I've got 2 theories, and I don't know which it is. So one is that all of the indie publishers and PR companies drastically underestimated how busy this year was going to be. Like, that the return to large-scale events in full was much more intense than everyone expected. Loads of people did the Gamescom to PAX West doubleheader, having no idea what that would fucking do to them. TLDR, it's damn near a death march. And Tokyo Game Show was reporting, 280,000 footfall? Like, minor explosion potions. Let's fucking go.
Oh, wonderful, my dear! Your first potion!
Next, Granny will teach us how to make a Molotov cocktail. Yeah, Nick, that's a very good way of putting it. Triple check everything, be as involved as you can. Hold them to contract, because you absolutely will be. Yeah, do not assume that people will be doing everything because you are mates. Oh, okay, so if we can find... Sorry, apologies for skipping through that. Granny's basically saying, if we can find the ingredients that have more oomph, we can create the same potion, but with more... I went through about 3 terrible jokes in my head. The option to Oppenheimer here, if you find the ingredients, is there. Yes, sorry. Big bada boom. Well, so, Fred, you are correct. Get your contracts reviewed by a lawyer. That's a definite must. Let's try experimenting. So, let's see what Let's see what time blueberries creates. Ah, okay. Do we need to have the recipe before... A minor cone of vines. I probably shouldn't drink that. It's just mushrooms. 3 mushrooms, let's go. Oh, minor rock bomb. Oh, we are getting messed up tonight. 3 time. Oh, also another... Okay, so the minor rock bomb is based on the elemental type, not necessarily the core ingredients. So what about mountain cherries? Just red dye. You know what? I can respect that. 3 feathers. Minor wind bomb. That makes sense. Making a lot of bombs here. Not gonna lie. Oh. So some pre-crafted potions can be combined with other stuff. Ooh! Fancy. Oh, sorry. Jumping back. The other thing that I did want to say is when contracts promise you like marketing spend and things like that, the reason why you need to be involved is it can be very easy to make marketing spend happen after it hasn't. We've talked a lot about this when, like, the big example is Apex Legends, where they waited until the last minute and just did a bunch of, like, influencer spend. And so, yes, technically, they spent that money. But when you get to a smaller stage, like, they can say things like, oh, well, we sent out multiple emails to all of our, like, press and journalist friends, and this took 10 hours, and that 10 hours equated to exactly as much as your marketing budget is. Now, you're not overseeing the hours put into that, nor would you have the ability to do it. So if they say, we spent the budget on email marketing, you can't turn around and go, no, you sent one shitty email out to Dave, and even Dave didn't read it. Like, you don't have much recourse on that one. Sorry, I guess like I'm trying not to get into the grumbly grumblies. Yes.
Now you know how to craft. You are welcome to use my cauldron to brew any potion you like. Oh, just click on the cauldron. Crafting. Speaking of which, would you pay Callum a visit on the farm? He owes me money. I fear I've lost my stone of recall while I was looking in his drawer well.
Is that a euphemism? Yup. Now, I'm only going to mention this because it is something to be aware of, the whole, like, contracts being used against you. But we're going to get back onto the happier topics after this one. But Nick was just mentioning that if you have an active contract, especially one with milestone payments, for those of you who don't know, milestone payments means that you don't get the chunk, you don't get all the money at once. You have to hit certain expected milestones, and then you get a wedge of that money. So you get the cash divvied up. However, some of those can purposefully delay the milestones by saying you haven't hit it until essentially you no longer have money and go under, at which point they get the IP, they flip the contract for cheap for another studio to finish it, and then they get all of the money. Because in the contract sometimes it'll say, like, if you're not able to deliver on milestones, or if you're not able to finish, all the work defaults to the publisher. Like, it's shitty, but, like, get a lawyer. It's gonna help. And the thing is, you don't hear about these things because they have happened in a... They have basically rules lawyers. and they have rules loyalties, and to go public with this info would probably also breach an NDA, and you know they'd come after you for that. Yeah, no. Serious Storm, Nick, like, yeah, no, this has happened often. And it is upsetting when it does, and teams can very, very rarely talk about it, you know. Select a potion you wish to use by pressing... Oh, yeah. Oh, so we equip here. What have we got? Minor ice, minor wind. Oh, we don't need red dye. Save Cone of Vines for later. That could be fun. Oh well, Serious Storm, it was lovely chatting with you. Yeah, and this is what I do 5 days a week. Not the screaming incoherently about shitting through Tim Sweeney's sunroof, but the discussional talk. So yeah, use the rock bombs as well. Feck it.
I see you've collected a good amount of potion ingredients. Let's store them for safekeeping. Oh, I'll store your ingredients whenever you return home. Wouldn't want to lose them if you were to fall in troubles. And if you so happen to stash some of the good kush, well, Granny's going to take a little bit for herself.
Serious, thank you kindly for the follow as well. Hey, that's a double. Feckin' yo. Yeah. The last thing I do want to say on this whole like contractual business is that it is easier to fight it while you have an ongoing discussion. It is much harder to fight it after the fact, because if you are a tiny broke indie and they are a big publisher, you can't afford to tangle with them, you know. They can outspend you in legal backflips. So yeah. Oh yeah, and Fred makes a very, very good point, which is never assume this person is a good person and will uphold their obligations. Like, I mean, that's what the contract's supposed to be for. Because sometimes forces outside of control with the person you're going to may end up being what gets you. Oh, I like the stashing. And the jar of eyes. Anyway, let's go let's go throw some bombs at the guy that owes Granny money. I'm really not trusting Muffet over here. Mary Muffet!
I adore all the cute critters that live around here.
You are shady. You are shady and suspect. Anyway, again, I don't want to go too hard into the doom and gloom when it comes to this kind of things. One thing that I do just want to highlight one more time is that the good thing about the space that we're in right now, that I think always deserves extra celebration, is the fact that we're living a time where games can succeed sans all of this nonsense. You don't need to have, you know, a gigantic... Oh, she started drinking before 5? That's fine. Never a dull day here in Old Haven.
Poor Emily. Oh, she hasn't been the same since her father fell ill. Emily's actually 27. Don't let her looks fool you. It's very weird.
Ah, there may be many obstacles in this world that are best dealt with a cunning approach. Renee's like, oh, but she's so sweet. She's hiding something. I see shadiness. Oh, okay, so the information about the world is what we need to collect to get more of the, to get through the certain doors. So we've got one of the Basilisk cards. So I guess to get through the silver... Ooh, that's pretty. To get through the silver door, we need 5 silver cards. Alright. Simple as. See no way this dungeon is a bad idea! New recipe. Confetti bomb. Red dye, blue dye, and a feather. Can't touch this. Stop and celebrate. Stop. Collaborate and listen. We are the monks who drink. We have seen things you can't possibly imagine. But and the other thing that is worth celebrating is like the sheer breadth and depth of what you can create in the gaming space is so refreshing, you know. The fact that a title like this can stand in the same arena as great big looter shooter I don't know, looter shooter live service bollocks and succeed makes me very, very happy. The measurement for success can drastically differentiate between like title to title. And I don't know, maybe this is me getting too arty-farty, but especially when it comes to games, I do feel there's no such thing as like wasted art. Sadly, not every game makes a gajillion dollars, and Hadouken! Beans. I probably needed that, didn't I? Okay. Get fucked! Ha ha ha! Look, it did the job. The granny's bracelet was being eaten by a giant rat. And we can use the stone to go home. But goodies first. Okay, so Riku was saying that they wish they wish was an artist so they could just add more assets easily. But the only art in a game that Renee has done is the soot sprite. But those things are cute as shit. That's cool. Oh, well, fuck. You may have proper permits, but I'll monitor your use of vile sorcery.
Well, yes, old Luna. Welcome home, my dear. I was just getting rid of this twat.
I mean, what? How did she get here? What trickery is this? Fucking stab you, mate.
Oh, splendid. You found my stone of recall.
Is she of age to be using such devilry? I have you know. Considering our conversations about billionaires and the nonsense, I'm just down for Granny just spiking a fucking Molotov in this guy's back. Except for you wouldn't want to set fire to your own cozy house. Alright. Are you even listening to me? I have authority here! Stab him. Oh yeah, no. So Air Dragon, I love these talks as well. And video games are a strange one when it comes to like NDAs and the ilk. As I was saying, like, a lot of mine have either run out or I've just reached a point where I don't give a fuck. I'm very happy in my little corner, and I think at this point, if anyone wished to hire me for long term, they know my skills. You know, I don't need to play nice with, you know, Tim. I allegedly shit myself in my car, Sweeney. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm here. I'm happy. Like little Radagast the Brown of the games industry. And yes, I know what I was implying there. Any place that tried to put a non-disparagement clause can get fucked. And I think non-compete is probably the other one where I just go, nah, deuces. Hookshop is just adding that I think the indies in countries like Australia mostly rely on government and financial support. Yeah. I mean, it usually takes so much time to get the government money, but if you can, like, proper arts funds, so good.
My deepest apologies for neglecting your tantrum, my prince. Luna has seen her 12th cycle of the seasons, so she is of age to use these trinkets and study the potion brewing herself. But look at her funny and I'll fucking kill you, said Granny.
An icy stare from one eye.
Shall I brew a mood enhancer for you? You seem quite troubled.
Mood enhancer. It's just vodka. God.
No!
Sorry. No! I want none of it! Door slams as Prince Charming exits.
The, Prince has adopted an interesting approach for his stay in Old Haven. I expect he shall be dead by sundown.
Well, who's he then?
It's Prince Charming, the youngest prince of a royal family. No matter, I was recovering the Stone of Recall.
I blew the shit out of a rat with explosives. How do you think it was? Sorry, so join back in. Scotty says, best interview question for a job. What's the whistleblower policy around here? See what they do. So Angelo's, what I will say is non-disparagement agreements are fucking sticky and I hate them. NDAs aren't as bad, but disparagement, what counts as a disparaging comment is a lot more wibbly-wobbly. And if they are petty and spiteful and can outspend you, then what ends up happening is you end up having to make a recanted statement. So you say, oh man, I sure do hate the fact this bridge troll is fucking eating people. And then bridge troll's like, actually, you signed a non-disparagement agreement, and I think your statement is very hurtful and disparaging, and my legal team agrees with me. So you now have to make a legal statement saying, I'm sorry I said the troll eats people. It totally doesn't eat people. Whilst it's snacking on Dave. Not Stabby Dave. Stabby Dave could stand to get eaten, but just regular Dave. So yeah. Like Angelus, again, I can only comment as to games industry stuff. I've had one company try and hit me with a non-disparagement, specifically so a piece of shit white guy could sneak away stealthily. But we're not reboiling that piss today. God, I'm so glad we're playing the potions. I didn't know how badly I needed this game today, alright? Oh, no, Nick, you are absolutely correct. Like, it's closer to, like, libel laws in the UK, when it gets, like, the disparagement agreements get thrown around. But that's another story, friend. Right.
Good job, my dear. While the work we do saves lives, conflict is sometimes unavoidable, or even necessary.
Again, as Granny's stuffing a rag into a bottle and just, like, looking at Prince Charming through the window. It is?
Do you think toad eyes grow on trees? I fear not. But you'll find much benefit in only killing what you need to, as force is often met with force.
Black masks and gasoline.
Many things can be gained with other methods of approach. Here, let me into this recipe of potion of minor healing.
Into your... I'm gonna need to get some tea.
Into your recipe book to heal you further encounters.
Yeah, only kill people you have to, Granny. Granny's like, I will teach you the ways of nature, how to live in harmony, and how to kill a motherfucker if they deserve it. Okay. Review all your potions. Okay, so where's minor healing? Alright. In recipe. Oh, okay. So this one doesn't require anything specific, just one of the blue. Oh, excuse me. One of the green. And one of the yellow. Woohoo! Secret, don't get hit. Definitely digging the rock bombs. So rock bomb is just 3. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. That caught me right off guard. Man, being angry about the games industry is exhausting. So 3 green for minor rock bombs, and minor explosion is the specifics. Actually, like I said, Lizzie, I'm thinking of just making a cup of tea in a second, if I'm being honest. Just, like, honestly, the conversation's been excellent today. Alright, magical cards unlock doors. Alright, back to the crafting. So there's the confetti bomb. I don't know how to make blue dye yet. And I'm going to assume blueberries. Bingo, bango. Well, Scotty, I was making coffee before we started. What's the time? Time for a fucking cuppa? Look, I just love the idea that, you know, Granny's seen some shit. Like, Granny's retired this tiny little village, but everyone has been saying, like, wow, this local area can get really sketchy. The reason why no one's killing each other is because Granny would put them in the fucking ground. So one of those, and a feather for confetti! Woo! Keep it happy, keep it snappy. Terrors, a lot of you. Well, I tell you what, friends. As we have been going for 3.5 hours, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to pop the kettle on, grab myself a cup of tea and stuff like that, and then just keep going with this. I don't know how much content we have in the demo, but I'd like to explore it. I don't think we're going to need to do... Ooh. Oh, these are the magical cards. Yeah. I don't think we're going to need a second game after this, and I think that's all right. But yeah, so friendos, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Go grab yourself a bevy, stretch, pay attention to your pets, and we'll be back in just a second. Hold that thought, I forgot my gloves. Right. Who's ready to get cozy? A thousand years ago, our friend C222 got us a voucher to a nearby bakery, which I've never used because it's one of those places that's closed by like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Because they make a bunch of tasty pastries and they close when they sell everything. Which is not conducive to my life choices, I'll have you know. But Fiona snuck over there an actual sensible hour, so I've got a fancy sandwich to go with our cozy game, and I got leftover pizza. Oven pizza, but still pizza. Right. So, what did Granny want us to do? Oh, 2 potions of minor healing. Though, makes you wonder, doesn't it? Would someone know if we were giving them a potion of minor healing? Alright. 1 yellow, 1 red, 1 green. Yellow.
Green. Blue.
Let's have a little taste of this. Mmm. Oh yeah, Nick. Yeah, only 4 health blips till the Infinity is felled. Any day now, friend. Any day now. Alright, the Inn and the Huntsman. Oh, man. One of these... Oh. Forget the BRB. One of these days we'll sit down... Oh, someone... I need that. I need this tea. I need this tea. It's still steeping, but... There is a book called, I believe, Mogworld. It's written by... what's his face? Good old Yahtzee from The Escapist. Well, I should say from Zero Punctuation. The Escapist is the only part of The Escapist I don't despise is Zero Punctuation. That's another story. But he wrote a book a few years back called Mogworld, which is very much like, what if Terry Pratchett played World of Warcraft? And what was fascinating about it was taking a very practical, very cynical look at what MMOs would be like if we actually lived in them. And sometimes I kind of want to sit and go through some of these like fantasy scenarios with a similar light. Like, in a world where you can just get a healing potion, what does a night out look like? And Renee, I've not been keeping up with it as much as I had, but you know what? I think about his Duke Nukem pitch all the time. For those who haven't seen it, 1,000 years ago, before it was announced that Gearbox was picking it up and actually going to finish it and release it, Yahtzee made a video about Duke Nukem Forever, and it was a fake review of the game that had come out. And there's loads about it that was very dumb and very silly. Like the idea of like a Dark Souls control system, but like each button controls a different limb. The idea of Duke queue-upping it all over the place. But the core part of it that hit me is that it's a time skip where Duke basically wakes up in a 2000s post 80s environment where he not only suddenly has to deal with the consequences for his rampant sexism, but also is responsible for a child. He has a daughter he didn't know about. And I was like, fuck, that is a good place to start. In a strange way, some of that I feel is what influenced God of War and the direction they went. I don't know if they'll ever admit it, but the similarities are too close. Like, what if the angriest man alive suddenly had to be a dad? Oh, a dad again. And I just love that pitch from the idea of, like, sometimes having a problematic character confront their problematic nature as a methodology of moving forward can be a great way of, like, evolving a character. Yeah, angriest man alive becomes a dad, god of war. You know? The Duke Nukem equivalent would be like, what? Rampant sexist beefcake nerd suddenly becomes a dad. Also, Duke would hands down, and let me know if you have a better suggestion, but hands down, in my mind, Duke Nukem would be the best character to do a last action hero with. Wellity, 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 if it isn't Boots McGee. Now, Emily, before we continue with your dialogue, I'd like to remind you that I now make bombs for a living. So let's go with it. Oh, it's you. What do you want? Come to deliver a potion for the huntsman. So, you're playing errand girl now. Bombs. Did Granny figure out how to give you no talent? Atomic was just saying Last Action Hero is one of their favourite films of all time. It's so good. Sorry, it's been on my brain because every now and then I like checking. Someone made an IMDb of fake movies. So, you know, like Schwarzenegger's Hamlet from Last Action Hero. Things like that. Things like all the fake movies in BoJack Horseman and stuff like that. It's real good. It's so good. It's so meta. And the level and art of it still blows me away to this day. But so Salem was saying they feel like Duke Nukem would be the Charles Dance. I think it would be like a great fish out of water. Because at least how I perceived Duke, he thinks that everyone thinks that he is hot, he is funny, he is clever, he kills aliens and snogs babes. And then you drop him in the real world, and he's like, "Hey, baby," and someone's like, "Fuck off." He's like, "What? But I'm me." Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, "Hey, baby, get fucked." But no. What's going on? That's how I feel his arc would go. At least I hope, you know. See, I'm thinking about this because Salem was saying Duke Nukem would be Barney Stinson. God. I think this would be a fun one to unpack. It would definitely be something that I would either watch or play. Oh, apologies. Emily Boots McGee took the health potion for their dad and has said if it makes him more sick, then she's going to get mad at us. But yeah. Interestingly, though, there haven't been as many kind of like Last Action Hero type video games as I would have expected. Again, at some point when funds and time are willing, I'm going to try and get a 360 and a copy of Eat Lead, The Legend of Matt Hazard. Now, that's not quite Last Action Hero-esque. Eat Lead's more like that old meme of like, what if video game characters were actually real people and stuff like that. And that one's kind of interesting because it shows the ridiculousness of how IPs evolve over time. But then again, it's nothing that hasn't been talked about better in the Dark Quiet Death episode of Mythic Quest, which will ruin you if you've ever worked in video games. It will wreck you. That was the one where I just ended up necking like a bottle of what was it? Aviation gin. Well, that's another story. Shite, I had a point I was going for there. It dropped out right out of my head. No, it's gone. The other reason why I want to play Eat Lead, The Legend of Matt Hazard with you all is it's Will Arnett and Neil Patrick Harris doing the voice acting in it. And they're not bad. Hookshot says they're going to make a game about a man in his 40s trying to connect with his inner child by trying to beat a backlog of games. I'd play the shit out of that. I'd play the absolute shit out of that. Because we played one that was like, a while back, it was like a... It was a semi-meta narrative that carries through a whole lot of... Oh, shit! Eagle Lives. Are you okay? Did you get hit? Do I need to shit in Team Heaton's car? Because I'll do it. Okay. So, as an aside, what's happening now is now we've done like the basics of this. We're getting a few of like the elemental water. We're getting like the elemental potions, you know, like the one we used to explode that poor rat, which will be used for more like the environmental puzzle solving, which I think would be really cool. Fuck. Well, Eagle Lives. So I don't know if you've seen in the Discord, Eagle, we've got a space called Human Maintenance, which is... The general philosophy is that if you were a giant robot, how would you maintain yourself? If you need to just have a vent in there, we got you. I know the CA layoffs have been hitting a lot of people in a lot of different ways, but friend, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like... Yeah, I've got no words. You've kind of come in after I've spent the entire morning just raging about it. I've been mad about that, I've been mad about the epic stuff, and I'm so sorry, friend. We've been using this essentially, unintentionally. So the game we're playing at the moment is Potions: A Curious Tale, which is made by Renee, who's hanging out in chat, who's an industry friendo that left large dev to finish this game, and it is lovely and it is wholesome, and while we're making a few jokes about it here and there, like, it has a smooth kind of like craft and solve puzzles kind of vibe that I think is really what is needed for today, you know? And yeah, I don't know how much you can talk about Eagle Lives. If you want to talk to a journo, I'll put you in contact. If you want to start some trouble. Oh. Because some of my journo friends were asking, like, hey, if you know anybody at CA that wants to talk. And I know Wainsley, what's his bloody name? Over at Eurogamer was asking you, like, his DMs are open. Sorry. Apologies, I was just clicking through. As Granny's kind of saying, like, alright, now you've mastered this potion, you know, now you're able to explore. But you'll need to visit my elder sister in the deep dark forest. She won't be difficult to find. Just look for a hut perched atop a pair of chicken legs. Blacktail's back, baby! Sorry, we played a first-person archery survival... I don't know, archery survival fairy tale called Blacktail recently, where you either are or are not Baba Yaga. A hut on chicken legs. That's the one. Take this handkerchief. I've wrapped up a bit of ham and a slice of bread for you. A little snack to keep your feet light on the journey. Oh, that sarnie is gorgeous. I'll probably never have a sandwich again from that place, because my ability to get up before 1 o'clock in the afternoon has been limited. But yeah, Eagle Lips, what are you drinking, friend? It might take me a few hours before I can join you, but Fred, I would absolutely go to a chicken place themed on Baba Yaga. There's actually a third-person kind of craft and survive game that's in the works currently, where you have the house on chicken legs and you can summon it and like call it around, and you like scrounge for materials to build your hut. It's real cool. And after the like walking tank base from what was it? The archives that for some reason didn't go into dev. Like, I'm just enamored with the idea of that like movable base for a craft and survive. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for Pacific Drive. I cannot wait for that game. Okay. So, next objective. Find hut on chicken legs. Enter hut on chicken legs. Make questionable deal with dark forces. Still doesn't want to tell me cool stuff, though. Oh. Just heading into the deep dark forest. It's fine. There's no way this ends badly. Oh, sorry, forgive me while I'm Battlestar Snackalactica and all that. Okay. Dark forces in this economy. Like, who can afford shadow troopers in like in this economic climate? Honestly, just hoarding up on. You never get the license. No, Legend. That was Shadows of the Empire. That was the stealing from the rich. Maybe some low-light forces. Some LED low-light forces. Oh.
Job's done. Interesting. It's puzzle time. Okay. So these ones are fire marks, and across the door we've got... Ah, okay, so we need to match the elemental chains. I guess it's the next one, but then I wonder what gets us into the rest of this. So now I'm on the puzzle solving thinking. Okay. And so throughout we'll be able to find more places to craft. Okay, that's cool. Oh, actually, I do need explosives, don't I? Okay. Yellow, red, green. We'll be solving problems with explosions today. Okie dokie. Oh. But yeah, again, like, Eagle Lives, friend, I'm sorry you're going through the fucking ringer. Like, Kestrel says, explosions are how I solve all my problems. That's why we get on. One of the things I do like from this is that the resources seem to respawn just as we're strolling around, but with a certain level of randomness that makes it really kind of... You know that thing in certain titles where there's just enough that you want to be paying attention so you see what it is you're grabbing, but not enough that you're like intensely pixel hunting while trying to find just that one magical node. Hadouken! I solve problems with explosions! Alright. Again, Eagle Lives, you're always welcome here, friend, and honestly, like, you came on in after we switched into like gameplay mode, but we've been talking about it extensively today. And you know, as I was saying, we've been angry on your behalf for most of the day. Like, I checked in with Werther's and a couple of other people earlier on via the Book of Face. And then all the news with Epic hit and stuff like that, and you know, God, my feed has just been so many people who've been bodied today. So like, hell, this is the best place you can hang out because we all fucking get it. And you know I'm not going to be, you know I'm not going to be overly kind to the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. Oh, shit. Okay, ow. Ice potion, wind, cone of vines. Cone of vines!
Where's the other one? Oh shit, they got friendly fire. Haha. Bam! Fucking dunked on. May have stepped in my own vines there. We're not going to talk about it. Don't worry about it. Elements smash and combine. Excuse me, miss, are you trapped here? No, miss, here? Trapped? No, I don't believe I was trapped. Well, if you'd like a place to rest, Old Haven isn't too far. Oh, look at you for being Luna being a chipper make things better type. Rest. Yes. A rest from my research. A new environment for my research. Marvellous! I shall venture there. I have no villainous intentions. Well, so Atomic Butter, the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic, kind of came in from doing E3 one year. And in the center of the Sega stand, there was this over-exaggerated statue of Sonic with that big finger sticking out. And that became the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. Because no matter what stand you were on, at some point, he'd lock eyes with you. And it's like his finger would kind of come on round, judging us all from up on high. At Kestrel, that is for more inquisitive minds than mine to find out. I hope it's his finger, and I never wish to be corrected. I gotta put my gloves on. Onward. Because if I remember rightly, I think in the original IGA showcase demo, there was less to do, but there was more like push-pull, standard, like, block and shift puzzles. Kitty! Sorry. The cat says meow. The ragged cat stares up at you imploringly, its ribs almost visible through its matted fur. Of course I'm going to let the cat chunk a ham. Cat purrs deeply as it eagerly devours a chunk of ham. I'm not comfortable with how crunchy that ham was, but... Oh, God!
Thank you, miss. Uncle truly is the best spice. Oh, that hit the spot perfectly.
You can talk! The alchemy vapors are definitely doing their job.
It's rather surprising, I admit. Oh, some say it's one of my most unfortunate skills.
My name is Helios, and what brings you into this deep forest, young one? Oh, okay. So just, Renee was saying that there are still side puzzles and other good stuff. It's just the story takes it a bit slower on the early. I mean, that makes sense. What we played before was fully playable, but it felt more akin to a vertical slice rather than this feels like a proper demo. I was sent as a favour from the woman who lives here. You are either very bold or awfully foolish, but as one good turn deserves another, I shall accompany you. It was very good ham. Turn around, bow low, turn around and bow low. Bothersome hut. The old crone has a visitor. Tiny friend. Just out of my reach. The old gate squeaks and groans before sticking on its hinges. She never oils the poor gate. Alright, that's just out of reach. Ooh. Oh, okay. Hadouken! Darn it. Hadouken! Fuck! Alright, it worked. Perhaps not how we intended, but it worked. I do like that. So it was implying that what we were supposed to do was blow up the rock to get the MacGuffin of squeakiness. Cool, free human skull.
Wah! Woo! Ha! Ha! Ho!
Alright, mate. Oh dear. Are you okay? What's wrong?
Fumes.
Oh, comfort the servant or ask where his homeowner is. We'll comfort him. Okay, can't be that bad. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, well, you're very sweet. Rare for this kind soul to venture into my domain.
Honestly, I thought the air quote servant was just huffing fumes. I should have assumed that they were actually sad. And that crow is giving us bombastic side-eye. Who are you? Are you my grandmother's sister?
I'm called many things, but you may call me Betty Baba Yagi.
Yuck. Oh, wow. I didn't even mean to do that. Sorry. Let's have a little bit more tea, shall we? Oh. One thing that I do need confirmation of is, am I currently the #1 Potions of Curious Tale streamer on Twitch.television? This is it's a goal that I feel like I strive for, I deserve.
Sister to all, but also no one.
Live now. Yeah! Get wrecked, the rest of Twitch. As I said, I'm really enjoying just like the smooth pace of all of this. And again, it's just a great chaser after the morning. I think my chaotic humor is a coping mechanism. Okay, so we're going to be crafting a flying broom.
After I grant this boon to thee, you must gather these items 3. Read that rhyme in the back of a cereal packet. It's done me wonders.
First, a branch of willow deep. Bright as spring, golden straw. Next must be one.
But by the kind of fickle goblin spun.
Splash cut to Luna just wailing on a goblin.
Then find some dust from fairies' wings, from pixies' magic mushroom rings.
Obviously, I would never condone substance use on this Twitch.television. I've never, ever ingested psychotropics. However, if I was going to, and then play this, I wonder what that experience would be like. Okay. Oh, cool. So basically, we get a flying broom. Oh, ring bell to call hut to kneel. Okay. So we've been given a broom so far, but we must now acquire the materials to build a replacement. A classic, if you will. But it gives us the chance to zippity-doodah over a few of these. Definitely going to need more potions, though. Stock up and reload. But there's also a few places around the way that we'll be able to actually access now. Oh, thank you guys. Oh, no. No! Get faked mushrooms. You're not my real dad! There's a blue crystal somewhere. I know, because I... with my curious nature, immediately mashed on it. There we go. Oh, is the gap not here? Is it in the next area? Okay. Trying to remember it then. Yeah, we definitely need to make some more potions. Alright, so that was the... Oh, we could craft some stuff there. But I feel I should hoard up on what we can grab as we head back, you know? Okay, so alongside the banter we've had going, apologies, friends. So asking some of the typical questions. So Renee, do you currently have a launch window in mind for this? And that's always a scary question to ask, but I feel it gives a good sense of how things are coming together. Early Q1, roger, roger. God, you can't be far off of being content complete. I see you, tiny mushroom! Alright, hopefully consoles after. Lovely. Well, fingers crossed. Here's hoping this makes $1 squillion, and you can just ruddy pay somebody to put together the console port for you. Sorry, is asking if you've got any plans for Xbox. The Dark Gobbler. The Dark Gobbler sees all. Hey, Eagle lives. We understand. Like, so Renee, who is the main person for this one, because I believe it's yourself and then contractors as well. But they've been game dev for a gajillion years. Like, they understand. Oh, I forgot to make potions so I could defend myself. Remember how I said I was going back? Need to do that. Sorry, I was asking also if Game Pass if offered, and Renee was just adding that, like, it depends on a lot of factors. Like, Game Pass deals vary per game, yeah. But I don't know if it'll help or hinder, but since the leak, we now know how much they're willing to offer for titles. So there's a definite possibility. Situation requires more explosions! Get 5 of those going. Boof. Yeah, I don't know if it'll affect the negotiation process should you consider Game Pass, but yeah, we now have, like, honest-to-goodness figures. It's fascinating how much money they were prepared to offer for, like... oh, sorry about this. Sorry about that, friends. Yeah, but the amount of money they're prepared to offer for, like, Red Dead or Grand Theft Auto is fascinating. Now, I don't see a situation in which Rockstar would do that because they're already making stupid money, but perhaps it would be a way for them to kind of, like, dabble with free-to-play. Because, for those who don't know, like, Grand Theft Auto makes its money on shark cards. It has been making stupid amounts of money since the introduction of Grand Theft Auto Online. I mean, it had already made stupid money from sales, but... we're certainly going to a whole nother level. Right, 2 green, 1 blue. The Cone of Vines was good. Get 3 of those. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Renee was adding that Xbox prefers online games right now, so like single-player RPGs don't have as much love. That's a good point. At least so far as the leaks made it sound, is that Redfall stacking it and the lack of like big AAA exclusives unfortunately had them. Unfortunately had them grasping for like anything that they could find that would keep users on the platform for longer.
There's something fishy going on here. That's just the locals being coy.
Oh, feckin' hell. Well, thank you for the bits, Akira Zero. How goes it? Watto and welcome. After a day of, we'll just call it vocal experiences. You know what? There have been a buttload of layoffs today, and I have been less than thrilled by them. So I have definitely been very, very grumpy. However, what's been lovely is that we've been playing around with this game. So this is the demo for Potions, A Curious Tale. You can play the demo right now. It is on Steam! That is Sadlin, but sadly makes me think of the now retconned Jizz, which is now Jataz, I believe. Coward. Oh, if you didn't see this, this was the big Star Wars drama recently, is that the music of the future, as played by the Canteen band Space Jazz, or Jizz, has been retconned and changed to Jataz, I believe. And it feels like a betrayal of everything sacred. Keep brewing. I think you'll get it soon. Get you soon with a explosion. Oh. I know how we did this. Hadouken. Oh god, I hit the cat! No! I blew up the cat! Why is that a thing? Alright, let's see if Muffet here... Get fucked! Alright, Invincible Miss Muffet. Unfazed by explosions to the gob. But the cat... No! Oh, okay. So I didn't kill the kitty, but I did explode him and it sent him very, very far away. Alright. However, we can pet the cat. So, game of the year, 10 out of 10. No points. It's not dead. We didn't see a body. Too real, kid. Too real. Oh, wow. I am so sorry, friends. For as much as I slept, I shouldn't be this tired. What's going on? Oh. That guy's definitely up to no good. Now I need to refill our explosives. You know how it is.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
What ho and welcome.
64 friendo.
Fucking hell. Greyjoy, that's 43 months, friend. That's a long time. That is not a small time. Thank you. How are you doing? What ho and welcome. We are playing cozy good shit. Because the games industry is terrible and bad, has made me angry all day. So we are reveling in a proper good, like, wholesome indie title. Yep. Sadlin, that's phrase I could have lived my life without reading, yet here we are. But yeah, we're just having a trundle through this charming little game. And again, Renee let me know that the demo for this was up, I want to say like a week or two ago. So I knew we were going to be doing this on Thursday, but I didn't know how badly we were going to need it. Like, knock knock. Oh, no one's answering. Because like, instead of just one day, we ended up spending 2 days on El Paso Elsewhere, and that was one of the realest fucking games I have played in ages. Like, for a game about... The game is at its core about shooting vampires and doing a bunch of Max Payne gun kata type stuff, but the actual crux of the game is about like the aftermath of an incredibly toxic relationship and what that does to us and who it turns us into and how we recover from that. Like, oh god, Sadlin, I'm sorry. Says that Sadlin came off 4 hours of back-to-back meetings. Huh. That's just terror bad. Like, someone owes you a formal apology for that. Both. Get to feck. It does amuse me greatly that we're basically just playing like a teenage cutie patootie Bomberman here. Right. Oh, I did see the photoshopped meme. Oh, sorry. Here's me flitting between multi-track Drifty Potato mode. So that we know the bull charges at red. We can make red potions, so he might actually be able to murder that one guy. He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Oh, but apparently I am just a mess today. Renee, there is a very big difference between can't and shouldn't. But when in doubt, frag out. Yeah, again, like Velo, today is just... fucking day. So, Renee says you can't kill people, they don't have health points. That sure does sound like quitter talk to me. Can't win if you don't try. You miss 100% of the murders you don't attempt. I don't know if we should keep going with this bit. Oh! I get it now. Bloodborne has trained me well. Wait for it. And... Pachow! Krypton with Will later in court. Attempted murder? That sounds like quitter talk to me. Do or do not, there is no try. Yoda said that, and he killed fuckloads of people. Not always directly, sometimes by inaction, but still. His hands are caked in the blood of younglings. One of the most realistic things I feel that the Star Wars universe showed was Yoda having fucked up so successfully as to annihilate all of the Jedi. Just fucks off to a swamp to get high as balls.
Who can help you?
Oh, excuse me, I just need some of this straw.
You wish me to spin your gold?
No. Maybe this guy should have just a super formal voice. I'm not doing the fake Irish pot of gold voice. No. Excuse me, would you like me to spin it for you into gold? Yes. No, it's not quite there. No, sir, the straw is all I need. Well, aren't you curious? No.
Still, no favour without a price.
How about your firstborn? That sound fair? Well, I'm not having kids, so enjoy. Oh, that's a good one. Sorry, Atomic Butter said, remember, you only get the title of regicide if you fail. Fuck! Oh, shit. The dude will give us some free straw if we can guess his name. Is your name Tom Riddle? Nope. Ridley Riddleson. Imps notorious for singing their own praises in private. If we find where he celebrates, we might discover his name. They do celebrate their privates quite a bit. I regret saying that out loud immediately. Asari reckons it's Rumpelstiltskin. It's Jeff. It's always Jeff. Yeah, Long Ship After Dark kicks off super early. I mean, it's dark grey out there. We had Rolling Thunder earlier today. That was exciting. See, for those who haven't seen, like, Seattle's been getting proper rain these last few days, and it's been lovely. That's his full name, Atomic Butler, is Rumpelstiltskin. That's a horrifying but excellent fictional character name. That's some good D&D stuff right there.
Oh, I are a farmer. Oh, it's nice to have another potion brewer here in town. Aye, Granny deserves a little rest after all she's done for us. Now, would you care for some scrumpy? Wee 12-year-old child. I tell you see the realms between man.
Oh, good old Callum McDonald's. It is a fine day to pick apples. With explosions! Alright. It's fine, Callum. It's fine. The trees appear to be immune to explosions. This is going to require a combination of finesse and extreme violence. But yeah. To those of you based out of the UK and stuff, like, Seattle is kind of wild because it's known as being a very, like, wet and rainy area. But, like, comparable to, like, the UK, it's not really. Like, it has this, like, eternal mist during the colder parts of the year. But it's not like getting, you know, the old torrential downpour. Oh, actually, so Renee might be able to help with this one. So Hookshot was asking, I need opinions. Local GDC wants to send people to DICE instead of GDC. Thoughts? Now, to my understanding, DICE is good if you're already succeeding at B2B but want to do more interactions. but I've never gotten to do dice. Like, I've never been at a studio that has wanted to send me, and like, I was talking about this with a friend this week, is like, I'm kind of out of the funding game right now. There was a time when I was able to help find indie teams get like a publishing deal or help them find funding. Now I have no fucking clue. Like, that whole sphere of things has changed so drastically. So for an indie studio looking for investors and publishers, and again, like, I don't know if Renee is chilling in here, but oh, they were saying, okay, so DICE is great for biz dev and executive management. Do you think a team looking for stuff at DICE would work? And Wheeler Dealer, Watto and welcome. Yeah, no, it's been a fucking day. Like, CA friends, Epic friends, like, loads of people just got fucking bodied. You know, I was talking about this earlier, but I'm very appreciative of how lucky I am right now. And you're over in, like, feckin' anime land. You know, unless people suddenly stop wanting waifus, you're fine. What are you talking about? Anime sells itself, right? It's dead easy. Also, feck that rat. But yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, this is Potions of Curious Tale. This was primarily made by Renee, industry friendo, and it's good. Honestly, and after today's like rage-filled, it's needed. It's really needed. Yeah, no, say this exactly like good games. They just sell themselves. Devs don't have to do anything. Just this indie game sure is immediately good with no effort, and everyone has heard of it ever. That's the best. The Gobbler. Ah, beans. Well, fuck that one fence post, I guess. We could stand to make a few more bombs anyway. Oh, my word. Actually, so Riku, I don't know if it's applicable, but I know the person that Zalavir uses for trailers is very, very, very good. Because trailers are fucking hard. And a game like this is so experiential, like, I wouldn't know how to convey it. Of course, if you get drunk one night and decide to make a dubstep trailer, that's always fun. I mean, yeah, Deus is about. I don't know Deus's availability or trailerishness. Oh, sorry, bear with me a second. Apologies on that one. I don't know if it's available in options, but one thing that I always like requesting is anything that keeps the music going while having to alt-tab the title. If it doesn't, you know, fuck performance, is very, very welcome. What a Deus it was, have you done video game trailers and would you like to? Yeah, Riku, I do like keeping the music going. In an ideal world, it's an option for... in an ideal world, it's an option available to all. Because what happens is, if somebody blips at me whilst I'm streaming, I need to check it to see if it's like, oh god, or if it's like, it's no worry, don't worry about it. Oh, got apples now. Actually, I don't know if did I try 3 rounds of gunpowder? Sorry, of ash. I'll have a couple more of those, thank you. Those twigs won't know what hit them. But you know, I understand what you're saying, because the game does have conflict, but not in the standard way. It is about crafting, but it's not a potions game. Like, what's it called? Potionomics and potion craft have definitely set a type. And look, Fred, it's not a Freudian slip if it makes me a fucking Molotov, alright? I apologise, friends. I went to feckin' space there. What is up with me? Alright, so we haven't found any ingredients that increase the potency. Alright. So put the firebombs there, because we're more likely to want to use them. The wind bomb was very useful. We can continue our exploration now. No, this won't do. This really won't do. So what's wrong? I desperately need a harpy talent for my experiments. Could you please go and get one for me? Sure. Also, kitty! But yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, I hope things are going good with yourself. One of these days, Wheeler Dealer, I will be cool enough to be a Crunchyroll person of note. Though right now, I'm watching 2000s anime and Jujutsu Kaisen, making me... Oh shit, I wrote this down. That makes me... basic. No, I was rewatching Tower of... Okay, in the show they call it Druaga, but I will continue to call it Druga, because it amuses me. Which is a very, very good show. I fucking love it. Plus, it's an adaptation of a video game that was a very strange one, and the way in which they do it is just so fascinating. You're right, Legend. You're right. And when mixed with cleaning products, that becomes dangerous. Sorry, Legend was saying you need to be quite basic today, otherwise you'd be very acidic. And I was doing the timings, and I still don't remember if the Tower of Drago was before or after Adventure. I think it was Adventure. I think it was after Adventure, but Okay, so for those who don't know, if you look at the Tower of Draugr, the video game, it is old. Like, slimes in a dungeon, arcade, like, blip, 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 whack, 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 whack. Moida. But one of the cool things about it was that each level had a secret thing, a secret quest you could do to gain an object. When you accumulated all of the treasures, you would then have the extra things you needed to fight the monster at the end. And I thought that was fascinating because it was very much leading into that whole, like, that share and storytelling around arcades. Oh, actually no, so Wheeler Dealer, I'm also watching Zom 100, and it's fucking perfect. I haven't started reading Chainsaw Man because I kind of want to do as much of the anime as I can stand before I crack and start reading it, because I have a problem when it comes to manga. I can't stop. If I start reading it, farewell. So Season 2 and the movie of Jujutsu Kaisen is exceptional. Season 1 is your basic shonenizing. You know, here is a young man, and he's not got anything cool, and then because the stuff happens, he gains power, but oh no, the power comes with a terrible price. Like, it's a tale as old as time. You know it, I know it, it's no worry. But, yeah. Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen and the film are so well done. Yeah, you better run, mouse. But I know how contrite it is to say to someone like, "Oh, don't what? If you just watch it until season 2, it gets right good." It's possibly one of the most contrite things that you can say, but it genuinely is something special, and I was not expecting that. You know, initially I kind of put it in the same vein as Demon Slayer of, it's not very good, but it's pretty and it doesn't ask me to do a lot of thinking. Whereas now it's kind of like it's the chaser, it's the companion piece to Chainsaw Man. Someone said that one is like horror action and one is horror comedy, and I'm like, ah, shit. Chainsaw Man is absolutely horror comedy. You know, it's full-on Evil Dead vibes. Now, Zom 100 is something that I think, especially if you're in your especially if you're in your 30s, Zom 100 I think is something that you definitely need to watch. Because the philosophy is such a counter to that whole, like, zombie craze arc that I love it. Like, I've watched all of The Walking Dead. Sometimes it was exceptional, sometimes it was boring as all hell. But you know what? I watched it, still makes me think sometimes. It's a good show. Like, overall, I don't regret watching it. But sometimes the bleak survival for the sake of survival of it gets so exhausting. You know, terrible things continuously happening to good people for no fucking reason. Like, the fact that Rick didn't just... Anyway. Zom 100 is a wonderful counter to that. It is bright, it is colourful, and it embraces this idea of like, alright, the zombocalypse has come. We're fucked. So what are 100 things that you want to do before you get turned into a zombie? What are the things... Certainly, you can main as Negan in Tekken. And honestly, if it wasn't for the bizarre, you know, Negan-Maggie buddy cop thing they keep trying to make, like... Anyway, don't need my opinions on fucking The Walking Dead. But Zom 100, everything about it is not the world is over, oh no. The world is over. Okay. And it is the perfect counter to the bleak, gritty, grimdark that a lot of zombie shows put forward. And I don't know. It's a kind of story that says, you know, I'm trying to phrase it without sounding like a miserable bastard, but you know, if the world is ending, what is important to you? And so yeah, I highly recommend watching it. I will say, some people said like trigger warning for the first episode of Zom 100, and that's not unfair. It needs a trigger warning in the same way, like if you've ever worked in an office that's been so oppressively brutal, you know, if you've ever worked in a fucking like AAA grindhouse that had no qualms in like turning you into absolute ground powder, you will empathize hard. So yeah, the first episode is heavy going, and honestly, you can get if the first episode hits you too hard, you can just skip to episode 2 because it's the whole point. The first episode is to set the tone of like, this is what it's like to work a job that absolutely hates you and is only out to just grind you into as much of a leftover mess as possible. Yeah, Akira's boss is a little like Uncle Sonic. Needlessly fucking up our friends for no reason. Stuff that waggling finger right up his fucking eye hole. Sorry. You hurt my friend, Sonic. Now I'm coming for your teeth. Maybe we'll do a few streams of Sonic Racing so I can just wail on the blue blur himself. You know? Oh, look at me. My name's Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Oh, now I hang out with Angry Birds because I bought a fucking Mobley game. Oh, I gotta go faster, I do. I'll run him over with my fucking car. Wow, you know how I said I was done with the anger? I guess I'm not. Sorry. But yeah, Zone 100 is fucking lovely. Wheeler Dealer, I will say, I am one of those poor saps that was keeping up with... Oh, so sorry, I shouldn't say poor sap. I was someone who was reading Berserk pretty currently for most of my adult life. So, there's one that I cannot recommend without every single content warning you can think of. But it's definitely a story that I appreciate a lot more as I get older. Sorry, I know I'm faffing around a little bit. I'm just kind of like hoovering up resources as we work out how to get all of the good stuff. Because we've got to get Fairy Dust in the Fairy Forest, Willow Branch in the Tundra, and then we've got to bribe Rumpelstiltskin to tell us his name is Rumpelstiltskin. Oh, yeah. So, Sadlin, the Dreamcast game is so good. And absolutely does not get discussed nearly enough. The Sword of the Berserk on the Dreamcast is absolutely worth your time. Also, it is 100% something that influenced a lot of the Soulsian philosophies as they moved forward. Because it's no secret that the Dark Souls team loved Berserk. Like, they went for that aesthetic wholesale, and have even gone so far as to put varying degrees of Guts' swords into the game. But Sword of the Berserk is, I would argue, is probably what led them down the path of creating their own thing in the first place, you know what I mean? What's so, Fred? That's one of those fascinating things of, like, even if you only read Berserk at its surface level, like, it is the story of, like, the optimism beyond the super edgy dark, you know? It is life after Batman. And I don't want to go into it too much, because if you do decide to read it, like... Renee, it is no worry. But once again, friends, if you have just joined us, this is Potions, A Curious Tale. You can play this right the fuck now. Actually, I think Immortal Len was doing like a play-along. But the demo is available on Steam right now, and this game will be out, hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, will be out next year, kind of Q1, beginning of the year. But yeah, no, I don't want to go too far into the details of Berserk, because going from the super gritty to the hopeful, I think, is done so well that it's worth experiencing. And sorry, I'm talking about anime at the moment. It's just I haven't had the wherewithal to really get into any like good movie stuff recently. Park Programs got me to watch The Triangle of Sadness, which was very good. I can only recommend that film if you really like bad things happening to extremely rich people.
which I'm sure none of you would take any joy in. Guilt-free Gilligan's Island. Did you hear something? Wait, was the crow in-game or out-of-game? I definitely heard crow. Fucking meow. Fucking meow. I don't remember this area before. Alright. She cannot fathom what's at stake. To fulfill her quest, a giant mistake. She'll never triumph in this game, for Rumpelstiltskin is my name. But you can call me Jeff. Oh, I can't quite get him. Sorry. For Rumpelstiltskin is my now. Is that a grenade? Don't mess with the alchemist. Excuse me, sir. I need some of this for my potion. Ah, you must answer me these riddles 3. That's interesting. Or, you know, I could fucking kill you. Get fucked, mushrooms. Fiddle-dee-doo, fiddle-dee-dee. Give me some of your stuff or I'll fucking kill thee. There's a reason no one fucks with Granny, not even Baba Yaga. And this, my little precious, is my favourite potion. It's called Petal. That stands for permanent end to all life. Fucking try me. What? I'm Granny Alchemist. What? Sorry. Oh. Nothing like a bit of shared industry trauma to bring out the whimsy. Zoom. Hadouken. Magical spiderwebs are now flammable. Alright, Fred. If we don't see you when you get back, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. You know what? I think it's a nice thing to be able to say, but I don't think we're going to finish the demo tonight. Like, I want to play as much of this as I can, and I want to show this to... I want to show all of you as much of this as I can, but especially after El Paso and after the fucking industry stuff, like... Oh, here we go. This is what I was after. Possibly Legend. The webs might require bigger fire. Definitely something interesting. Ooh, the Zaquin fruit. Which is a level 2 ingredient. And these water crystals are 20% cooler than ice. Oh, okay. So Legend is also doing a play along and hasn't gotten anything to make bigger firebombs except for those very same fruit. Okay. Fuck that one leaf in particular. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, sorry. The thing I was just saying is, like, I've been very kind of dull with my nonsense. Oh yeah, so we'll go get the straw from the wheat fields, because we now know Dingus McGingus' full name. And your name is Rumpelstiltskin, but also Jeff.
Impossible! How did you guess?
I don't know why everyone is now Granny. You know, just had a feeling.
Alright. Deal's a deal. Here's your straw. Now get fucked. Sorry. As I said, I rewatched the Tower of Draugr last night, and while it's very, very 2000s anime, I'm still impressed by like how it's structured. Okay. Not to be continuing the... I don't even know if it's negativity. Is there ever a trope that drives you up the wall? Because as I've gotten older, there's one particular trope that drives me up the wall, and it is... it is hoodlums in a first episode syndrome. Oh, you there! With the cool outfit and the colourful spiky hair. We are two local hoodlums, and we sure don't like the look of you. Redadog, you have not missed a P.O. box opening. I do need to swing by and pick up because something has arrived. But what I'm going to be doing forward is picking like a day a month to open anything that comes through on the P.O. box at once so people don't miss out on it. Like, we'll have a specific mailbag day. But yeah, these two, like, would-be locals who pick a fight with a main protagonist purely for the purpose of showing us how cool the protagonist is. Alright, you know what, Edwin? That's a much worse trope. Let's never touch that one again. Hold it. Oh, yeah. But, the Tower of Draugr has one of my favourite first episodes in any anime, because it is fucking buck wild. Like, it is full-on trigger levels of stupid and silly and ridiculous. And I love it. I just love it. They also kind of subvert the OP spoils the show trope, that the opening is this ridiculous like high school anime nonsense that's partially foreshadowing, partially just ridiculous. But it's all the characters as if they were high schoolers, giving it this like, alright, here's what you need to know about these characters emotionally, but here are no plot points to spoil what's going to happen later. Because... Oh, the Tower of... I think it's pronounced Druaga. I've been calling it Draugr, and I probably will for 1,000 years. Oh, but also, Grug, Watto and welcome. Oh, okay, Grug, I now like you because you saved me. Shout out to the film Guns Akimbo for actually dealing with that trope head on. Ooh. And Grug, it does. And it deals with its source material in a really interesting way. Now, it's not the best and greatest anime you will ever see. I love it with my whole heart, and I think that even if you don't enjoy it, you'll find things that are inspirational and kind of a bit creative. You know, like, it's 2 seasons and done, and it doesn't waste your time. But as video game adaptations go, it uses the premise of, rather than like, let's take literally what happened and try and adapt it, what if the video game is the story of legend, right? You know, that the old game from back on the old Famicom era, that is the legends that are told in this town as people prepare to climb the tower themselves. You know, since then, teams of climbers explore the early levels of the dungeons looking for treasure and rewards and things like that. It ends up being a not fucked up Maiden Abyss. At least conceptually. Legend, I'm just not going to think about it, and that's okay. But yeah, so I ended up watching that last night whilst trying to process my feelings after El Paso Elsewhere. Alright, I guess we're going to the Fairy Forest next. Yeah, Legend, pre-cooked rat meat as well. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Oh, well, sorry, if you do, make sure that you, well, let me know, and if you're not able to find Renee, I will definitely pass it on to him. Because, let me tell you, friends, there is nothing more awesome than getting fan art stuff.
Hey, listen!
Oh, don't you start. Nothing, just felt compelled. Helios. Do not start with me. On the plus side, though, Helios cannot be any worse than Budget Cortana from Armored Core, so they're fine. 6-2, I need you to focus. I'm trying! Ah, beans. So I can still get poisoned if I try eating a dead frog. That's important to know. Alright, where's my... BAMF! Blue Felicia. Okay, yeah, alright, Krypton, yes, they do call us Raven instead of 6-2, but they'll interrupt you in the heat of battle to be like, hey, don't get hit. Cool, great, brilliant, thank you for interrupting my concentration to give me such wonderful tactical advice there. I'm sorry that the planet turned you into sentient drug fuel. I'm sorry. But if you want me to save the day, maybe don't be like,
Mega Man! He's about to do a special attack!
Can you tell that Armored Core's done me a damage?
What was that?
Oh, that is rude. Plus side, they're getting water crystals and good stuff here, so... Oh, cattle. Might have to pop back and see about making some... Alright. Hang on. Oh, right. Fire like heat. Fire no like water. Well, not very bright today. Look, I use my big smart brain to talk about a whole bunch of stuff, so... Interesting. You know what, I'm gonna take a portal back to Granny's house and craft us a few more things. But as I said, like, after after the Ballad of 6-2, it's been certainly interesting. Oh, alright, so yeah, if we swap the Zagadoom fruit for the other part of the bomb potion, let's see if that gives us a bit more of the old... Nope, it's horrible, and I've made living sentient ooze. Cool. Great. Oh, so Renee, I did see that there was the cauldron there and I could have done crafting. I just decided that I wanted to come back here. Because I think what I'm going to do is kind of like putz around with the crafting system, see if we unlock any things. I'll probably end up bringing the stream to a close the next, like 15, 20 minutes or so, friends. Like, I think we've given us a good run, a good solid 3 hours. And yeah, the free healing from Granny is nice. That was also a kind of a plus. So friends, if you have any questions about the game, if there's anything you'd like to know, now's the time to ask. I'm going to putz around a bit and natter, so I'm not leaving right this very second. But I did want to say that, like, this has been a lovely day. Oh, actually no. Sorry. My apologies. Playing this has been lovely. I am very grateful for the catharsis that you've all allowed me to have by just raging about everything that's been shite today in the industry, and I hope that, you know, the smooth tunes and banter have been at least a little bit of a salve for those of you that are going through the fucking ringer right now, you know? Like, my worry on this one is that this will basically be like Dismantle 2.0 for me, but I'm building increasingly complex potions. There was this RPG that I was obsessed with when I was a weird, called, I want to say it was like Sephira Core or Sephra Core. It was a post Final Fantasy VII JRPG. I played it because it was available on PC. Back when that was pretty much all I had access to, like, proper. And the magic system... Septerra Core, thank you, Sadlin. The magic system was these tarot cards that you would draw and then combine. So, like, if you draw, like, a water card, then you could just cast a fucking icicle or something. But, like, once you started getting the more powerful, like, summons, then you could get, like, these weird, like a fucking fire whale that would, like, weave its way through the battlefield and stuff like that. And ever since then, I've had this obsession with, like, item combination, like, crafting and casting, you know? Oh, huh. We picked up both water mana apples. Oh, no, these apples just... Oh, shit! Okay, so is there anything that takes blue and green? So a cone of minor vines. So that would need one more green, but we could make it with 2 instead of 3. Minor potion of healing could just be an apple and something yellow. Oh, it's on GOG as well. Thank you, Sadlin. Like, it is an old RPG. Like, you can tell there was that point where Final Fantasy VII just set the whole industry on fire, and everyone was like, must make next big RPG. And some of the things that came out of that space were really good. Some of the things that came out of that space were kind of trash. But didn't hate it. Ooh, interesting. Cone of water instead of water bomb. So yeah, so Septerra Core was like pre-rendered backgrounds. I did like the premise of it though, because it was so... like, science be damned. Very Magitech. The concept was that basically the planet was split up into these like tectonic plates all on different spheres, all shifting and moving around. And I think the idea was that the closer you were to the core, the richer and better off you were, if I remember correctly. It was one or t'other. And so the idea is that due to magical MacGuffin reasons and plot points, you end up traveling further and closer towards the sphere as, you know, the forces in control try and stop you. There's probably a god that comes up at some point. I played so many Final Fantasies and I've drunk so much gin in my life that most of that plot is actually kind of like pitted out. But for some reason, the magic system, still obsessed with. God, at some point we need to do the Sister of the... was it Sisterhood of the Travelling Wheel? No, Sisterhood of the Cosmic Wheel, that was it. Which is going to be very good, but if it's anything like the fucking... Red Strings Club. Apparently, I can only remember things now by doing dumb dances with my hands. And, hey, River. You can get your toy, just don't cruise for poopies. If it's anything like the Red Strings Club, that game is going to body me. So what happens if we put together 3 of the superfruits? That's 6 fire elements in... Whoa! Furiously magical fire. Hello. Alright, so Eagle lives. I hope you get some decent sleep, friend. At least you don't have to get up early tomorrow. But no, I hope you feel better. I'm so sorry, mate. And yeah, when I have the opportunity, I shall raise a glass to you. Sorry. Okay, no, we are good. Sorry about this, friends. The eternal struggle. 18,000 things all at once. I'm sure none of you on the indie side know what that's like, where everything happens so much. On the plus side, though, I think the enamel pins will be going to start the process very shortly. Oh, yeah. Miss you too, mate. Miss you too. Take care, alright? Angel Kalina, welcome back. Can I fix you up a potion? Something with water crystals in? Furiously magical water. That's what happens when the wee gets boiled. Furiously magical water. I can't remember how to make a healing potion. God. Now, I know it's very, very easy for me to make suggestions and stuff like that, but I'm a huge fan of when games make physical objects to go alongside. One thing that, if you get the inclination, I know there's a few companies that do bespoke printing, because Zachtronics and peeps have used them, but maybe consider making like a teeny tiny little potion book. I mean, I would technically be a spoiler, so I wouldn't like necessarily think you'd have to put it in immediately, but like I've got the Hollow Knight Wanderer's Journal, and that's lovely, and that's full of spoilers. I don't know if you've all seen it. This was a gift, and I am in love with it, but it is a hardback version of the Wanderer's Journal, and let's see if I can find something that's not too spoilery. And it just contains like pictures of the flora and fauna in different areas of Hollow Knight, and then it goes into detail about the varying creatures and the varying trinkets and whatnot. See, there's our little grub friend. I know, it's Angel Clean. This game is super cute, and it just has the right pacing to it. And yeah, Hookshot, Silksong is looking amazing. I have to try not to rage. I'm very happy for the success the Silksong team has gotten. It is entirely deserved. Oh shit! Salem was saying that Monolith was the ones who published Septerra. Huh. Fascinating. So I tell you what, friends. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I am going to find somebody for us to raid into, so please do stick around, because we can go make somebody else's evening. But one more time, friends, this is Potions, A Curious Tale. You can play the demo right now. And considering that even though we played this for 3 hours, I think there's still a whole bunch of game left. Give it a shot. I think this could be the perfect little, like, chaser for just everything that's fucking going on right now, you know? Aside from that, I do need to say a lot of thank yous. And I've said this a couple of times today, but I really want to acknowledge it one more time. Like, I understand how just privileged I am, how fucking lucky I've gotten. You know, especially times like today where we're seeing the big companies that should be looking after their people being rampant shits and not. Here I am, and it's you lot that looks after me. And I really appreciate that, alright? I hope my combination of calming, soothe, cozy vibes and hot-boiled piss rage provided at least entertainment for today. Because I definitely needed to get that out of my system, otherwise... So yeah, I just thank you all. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people very directly. Angel Kalina, you are absolutely welcome. And like I said, I'll find somebody cool for us to crash into after this. Renee, it was an absolute pleasure. And yeah, I wish you a gajillion wish lists and a bajillion sales.
Sneak.
Terror. So firstly, to Sistrum, or Sistrom, Siristorm. Thank you for the follow. I hope we get to hang out. Apparently, I can't say your name. But to Angel Kalina, Riku Kiri, Snuggly Burrick, Fangoriously, Evil Geek, Clank Crusher, Lord Kuros, Deus JZ, Sistrom and Gilmar Greyjoy, whether you were hunted by House Carl or celebrating sprees. Thank you kindly. To Akira Zero Bacon Avenger, Some Numbers, Favor 6, J Post, and Vander Beast. By now, as I'm sure you're all aware, like, bits and donations are the reason that I get to keep a roof above my head and I get to keep doing this. So for that, just thank you so much, alright? Just thank you. And last but by no means least, thank you to the mod team, continuously kicking ass and being a wonderful, wonderful group of Mother Hubbards. Sorry for the pause in the tunes, but I certainly could not ask for a better squad, you know? And I do mean that. Like, that's one of those things that I really hope doesn't come across as contrite because... You know? No person is an island, right? Okay. So let's see who we've got kicking around. God, so many friendos, so little time. That's the real challenge when it comes to like ending stream, is finding who to go hang out with after. Oh no, and again, Renee, absolutely. Like, at this point, like, demo downloads and wish lists are going to be the things that people can do that will help you the most, that don't cost a gajillion dollars. So, fucking yeah. Okay, so I have a few choices for you. Just narrowing it down. So I've got Rain World with a spot of Gourmand. I've got some Monster Hunter. And on the subject of hunting monsters, some Hunt Showdown. I don't know what strikes your fancy at this hour, dear friends. Caffeine would like a spot of Monster Hunter. With the usual first to three gets it. I was checking the hot sheets today to see if there was any more on the Ubisoft nonsense. So far, nothing, but... God, that would have been just like a... This shit comes in threes. Alright, it does seem that Caffeine, that you were the quickest on the draw. So, we go hang out with Tuna. Tuna's playing some Monster Hunter World. And I think that's pretty fucking cool. If you haven't met Tuna, they're actually good at video games. And they are exceptionally good at Monster Hunter. So if you've been trying to think of a reason to return to the Great Hunt, they'll be able to give you one. But yeah, once again, friends, please give old... sorry, I should say old. My apologies. Please do give Potions of Curious Tale wishlist on Steam, as it'll help out the dev team a fucking load. And yeah. On days like today, it can feel a little frustrating and infuriating how little we can do. So, I don't know. Take a breath, take a beat, give an indie game a wish list, give a demo a play, help somebody out. Like, that's something that you can do that will have a positive impact on the world. So yeah. I'm gonna drink after this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a fucking beverage. I didn't drink yesterday. I'm gonna consider that a victory. So yeah. Anyway, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, friends. Look after each other. Be good. And tomorrow, we sail.